Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the 1987 Indianapolis 500 Time Trials, live from Indianapolis, Indiana. We are delighted to have you with us. This is one of our biggest shows of the year. We've got a lot in store for you. And I'm joined in the booth by Alberto Ibañez. Alberto, good evening.
Good and very special evening to everybody. Lovely
Yes.
being here. Looking forward to this event for so long. It's sometimes a shame that it's only once in a year.
Well, the fact that it's once in a year is what makes it special, correct?
Correct. Yeah, that's the only saving grace, I guess.
Yeah. So here we are in Indianapolis, Indiana. And it's actually not Indianapolis, to be truthful, right? It's Speedway, Indiana.
It is, yes. It's a suburb outside of Indianapolis itself. But yeah, for all intents and purposes, Indianapolis.
True. It's not far from the downtown area. So let's take a look at what's going on track right now. We got several cars getting in their last practice laps before they do their qualifying runs. I would wager to say that this is probably the highest stress event we have during the year. Maybe, I mean, the 500 is obviously stressful, but would you wager that this event is actually more stressful than 500 itself in some respects?
Well, it is from a psychological point of view. I think that everyone wants to somehow be able to showcase his abilities in the car, because don't forget that while during a normal race there is obviously a focus in the leader and whoever is fighting there for positions. Normally many other drivers don't even get to really appear on screen, or they are
Right.
not followed for a long time. But here you are the absolute star for at least 4 laps, so you are in front of the spotlight and you must be absolutely on top of it, and well, that makes obviously everybody very nervous. I don't think it's so much about the starting position itself, because taking aside those who are fighting for the pole and those who are on the other end waiting not to be bumped, for the rest of the field, it's just a matter of making it into the field reasonably, because it's such a long race and so many things can happen that starting position, unless you are on the very coveted pole or first row, doesn't really matter that much. So it's, like I say, a bit of a psychological thing of being the center of attention of everybody for those 4 laps.
Yeah, definitely. That's the case. On your screen right now, of course, is the map of the track. Not a big surprise to everybody. It's a rounded off rectangle, 2.5 miles in length, and each car will go for 4 laps or 10 miles as fast as they can. And that will determine where they start in the 33 car grid, assuming that they're fast enough to be in the 33 car field. We'll go over the some of the rules of qualifying in a moment, but is there any other month of the year for racing fans that's better than May? I would wager the answer is no.
Well, unless you are a diehard Le Mans fan, then probably the month of June is going to be the most important for you. But other than that, I think that this is really when it becomes, as the lettering on the museum says, the racing capital of the world.
Yeah, and the greatest spectacle in racing, which is another thing that is said often about the Indianapolis 500. I'm contemplating actually buying a bronze badge and going down there for the weekend after next, just to take in some of the practice. If you've never been to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, you really do owe it to yourselves to check it out. I mean, in Europe, obviously, it's difficult, but it is a venue unlike any other. And all the mythical stuff you've heard about Turn 1 looking like turning into a dark alley or threading a needle is true. It looks even smaller than it does on TV. All right, so while we have some time, there is actually a championship on the line as well. It's not just this race. It's the Kart PPG IndyCar World Series, and there is 1 point up for grabs today for the pole position. Tiago Canola currently leads the championship with 63 points. Richard Coxon is in second with 53 points. David Jakes is in third with 40 points. Vadim Tysiak is in fourth with 38 points, and then Anders Nilsson is in fifth with 28. So you would imagine that one of those front runners or someone else might get 1 point at the end of the day for getting the.
From what we have been seeing in this, I would say that that point is right now in the back of Adam Hackman. But well, you never know.
Possibly. Let's go for a few laps of this circuit now. I'm going to see if I can find someone who's actually on a solid run. Let's see. All right, so here we are coming down the back straightaway into turn 3, which really doesn't give you many marking points to turn into. You have to like really be on the ball in turn 3 more than anywhere else. Now coming off of turn 4, heading down the front straightaway, bordered on both sides by grandstands and a mass of people. And now heading into turn 1, it's like heading into a dark alley. Sweeping out into the south chute, then through turn 2. You see the suites on the right there, that's where the rich people sit. And now we are heading down the back straightaway. The golf course that was built later is on the right-hand side. Now heading into turn 3 once again. You don't want to put a wheel over that line, right, Alberto?
Very true, very true. The apron is now at least as dangerous as it was in real life, because there is a change in the banking there, and that's what caused Danny Sullivan.
All right, we'll go for one more lap. You can see he's just kissing that line right there, then coming back up towards the wall. Very close. Back down again. We're watching Juha boss currently. Now to turn 3. Juha's looking very smooth in that Rainer racing car.
Yeah, he's and also very precise, because it's obvious that the more of the track that you use, the longer the line that you can make and the quicker you can go.
No question about it. He's even able to go over that line a little bit and still survive. That's surprising. All right, so why don't we go over some of the rules of qualifying now. We got about 20 minutes to go. Of course, don't forget, coming up next week is the race itself, the 71st Indianapolis 500-mile race. Round 5 at 15, Sunday, May 15th. Check the forum start time. The thread hasn't gone up yet, but I'm assuming it's probably going to be starting an hour earlier than we normally start our races, given the length of the race itself. But definitely check the forum listing. So now, let's talk a little bit about how time trials are going to go here. I mean, some of you may be new to this and haven't seen this before, but it is a very Byzantine set of rules. Would that be a good way to describe it, Alberto?
Yeah, it's quite complicated. Sometimes you feel like you need a lawyer to be able to...
Yeah, no kidding.
...walk your way through that.
Well, you would know.
I would.
Okay, each car will be allowed a maximum of 3 qualifying attempts, and that's the important point right there, is that it's the car that qualifies, not the driver. In the case of an accident, a blown engine, or a wave off, the car in question will be will be charged 1 attempt, moved to the end of the line, and the next car scheduled will attempt to qualify. In the case of a late arrival or no-show, the car in question will be moved to the end of the line, but will not be charged 1 attempt. If a driver crashes or blows their engine in the pit lane, and hey, it can happen, it's high pressure, they have 1 more chance to leave the pit successfully. If a crash or blown engine occurs again, the car will be charged 1 attempt and moved to the end of the line. A qualifying run consists of 1 warm-up lap, which is the out lap, followed by 4 timed laps. The total time of the 4 timed laps will be each car's qualifying time, which will then be converted to miles per hour for the qualifying speed. Per Indy tradition, since it is technically the car that qualifies for the race, a different driver can start a qualified car on race day. The catch is that they must start the race in last place, assuming the car is not bumped during time trials. There have been several instances where this has happened during the race weekend or race month, where somebody can't physically be at the circuit to qualify, and they have someone qualify in their place, and then they start last on race day. So that is a common thing sometimes. A driver qualifying a car for someone else cannot have already been qualified for the race in another car. The driver who's making a qualifying attempt may waive off that attempt before completing it if they feel that it's too slow. One attempt will be charged to the car. Once a run has been completed, that is the car's qualifying time and speed, unless it is bumped from the 33-car grid. If a car is bumped out of the field, and there will be bumpage this evening, because we have more cars or more people entered in cars than there are grid slots, the driver of said car may get back into line and attempt to qualify again, provided they have additional attempts to use. And here we're fudging tradition a little bit because we're pretending they have a backup car to use. The driver in question must ask to be put back in line by posting in time trials thread. The other function to that, too, is if we were really strict about that and they had to jump out of their car and into somebody else's and they were a full-time driver, that would make things very messy for the championship at large, correct?
Yes.
So certainly that's one little detail that we're fudging just a tiny bit. At 23:35 Paris time, if a driver is in the middle of the qualifying run, they will be allowed to complete the run, and the gun will go off during the run, which means that is the last run that will be completed for time trials. Only the fastest 33 cars will be allowed to start the 500-mile race on May 15th. In the event that less than 33 qualify, the remainder of the field will be filled on a first-come, first-served basis. I doubt that will happen on race day. In the event that 33 qualify and there are drivers too slow to make the 33-car field, which is very likely, up to 3 alternates will be named, 34th, 35th, and 36th, for race day, in the case that one or more of the qualified cars do not appear. So, and that is actually an abbreviated list of the rules, believe it or not. So I'm trying to keep it as simple as possible for everybody. But there we go. That's a look at what the rules are in a large painting with a large brush overall for everybody. So
yeah, I would say that to be able to follow the time trials correctly, at least until the moment when we start with the bumping, when it gets a bit more complicated, the thing to keep in mind is that the isolated quick lap time on a single lap, that doesn't really mean anything. It's the average over the 4 laps that it's going to determine your position in the grid. So, I mean, sometimes you will see it's probably a driver that can be very quick over 1 lap, but then maybe because of the overheated tires, errors, or whatever, he botches it in the next laps, and the overall qualifying time might not be the greatest one, even if he did a very quick lap. I mean, it could easily happen that the driver who has the quickest absolute time over a single lap isn't on pole, and that's the important thing. Regularity is the prime here.
yeah, some of the best qualifying runs I've seen have been the smoothest and the most consistent. Then there have been other runs that are all over the map, where you have a good lap, a bad lap, a so-so lap, and then an okay lap for the last one. It really does depend on smoothness and being able to shut out all of the mental noise, all of the pressure that is building. Juha Boss has been very good about putting together lists of information for us, and here is a list that shows us the chassis and engine combos in the race. That shot there, incidentally, is from lap 1 of the race itself, where a bunch of cars got out of shape. The most populous car in the field, as far as combination is concerned, is the March 87C Cosworth. That's the one you're going to see on the track most, followed by the March 86C Cosworth. So, and there are a number of Lolas in the field, but Marches definitely outweigh everybody else. And as far as power plants, there'll be Cosworths, Ilmor Chevrolet engines, which I think it's fair to say Alberto was still dealing with teething problems. It wasn't quite the dominant engine that we would come to know it to be in the late 80s and early 90s.
No, it didn't. It was still very much in development. It was already showing a very, very powerful output.
Yeah.
I mean, you can count with the cars being propelled by a Chevrolet being better than the same chassis equivalent who is propelled by a Cosworth. That's for sure. But here we are going to see qualifying basically, so it's going to be a very different picture in the race day, because as everybody remembers, and if you don't know, sorry for the spoiler, but Mario Andretti actually was dominating the race with his car, with a Chevy engine, but then he got an engine failure. So this is an engine with real possibilities of not doing the distance in these 500 miles.
Well, we'll see that later. We have an archival video that we'll show during the admin break that basically chronicles qualifying portions of it and the race itself. So we'll have a look at what physically did happen back in 1987 in this race. It was also a rather interesting year in that there was the introduction of the radial tire, and which gave a lot of drivers teething problems. And Richard Wilkes has done a great job with the physics to drive home the point to everybody that the tires are very finicky. So a lot of us have been having trouble with the right front overheating and understeering into the wall. So it's a situation where you have to not only set up the car correctly, but the technique has to be right. I'll show you the first trivia question so you have something to ponder between now and when qualifying starts. First trivia question. Dallara has won the most Indy 500s of any car make. No big surprise at 21. Who is second on this list? Is it A, Miller, B, Penske, or C, Watson? We'll have the answer for you later on in the broadcast. So here we're looking at Juha Boss again, I believe. Let's take a look and see who else is on track at the moment. There is Anders Nilsson pedaling around his car.
It's Adam Hackman right now starting a run. He's on the backstretch of lap 1.
Okay, let's see Hackman. Yeah, Hackman is in AJ Foyt's car. He is driving for AJ Foyt Enterprises. Yeah, he's going through turn 3 right now, so we'll be able to see a pretty clean run here, I think.
Yeah, and I mean, look at the speeds. I don't know, I should be seeing the broadcast if you have them in miles, which I hope, or if you have them in kilometers per hour. But in any case, the Lola is a car that is very aerodynamic. I mean, overall, you can't say that it's better than a March. That's an accident in front of him. It is not really better than a March. It has different grids, but one of them is being very aerodynamic. And Adam is running with very little wing here. That seems to be his option. And pay attention, because in the backstretch, he's arriving very close to 240 mph, which is 400 kilometers per hour, which is quite impressive. I mean, not just because of the speed in itself, but because he's achieving it in such a small straight.
Here he comes down the front stretch once again. Into turn 1. Oh, he's got an accident he has to deal with there. Oh, shoot. He touched the line there. I think he might have been just distracted by that accident. Would you agree?
Yeah. He was trying to go lower to avoid the car, and he put the full wheel in the apron, and that was the end of it. So yeah, I mean, we should be seeing today probably lots of incidents, and also in the race, due to the apron. But then again, that's how it was in real life. And in that regard, remember 85 with a spinning wing for Sullivan?
Yes.
That's what happened to him, basically. When trying to come back from the apron to the outside, that change in banking was enough to upset the car.
Riding on board now with Pablo Perucci as he comes out of turn 4. He's heading into turn 1.
Oh, another accident in front of him.
Oh boy, it's like an obstacle course out there right now.
Yeah, but look at that. I mean, Parucci just put the full half a car in the apron and nothing happened, and that's just because he was simply going slower. So I mean, it's a matter of the speed, and here the cars are rigged for qualifying, which is very obviously very on the edge. Yeah, and that means that you can't really go down there here in this situation.
No, it definitely. Oh, and now Pablo's lost it. So, yeah, but you definitely have to have a situation where the car is on a knife edge, because that's the only way to really go fast around here is to thread the needle, especially in these cars. Oof. All right, so we've got about 8 minutes to go until qualifying commences. Those of you who are watching on YouTube, obviously, if you can hear my voice, you're watching on YouTube, but if you look in the description section of this video, there is a link to the Excel sheet that we will be using to record the times, so you can follow along with us. And we would like to extend a very heartfelt thank you to Juha, boss, for being the timekeeper again this year. It's not an easy task. It's one that you have to be on top of all the time. Broadcasting is not easy either, obviously, but this is something that you have to be really on top of all the time. He has put together a chart that converts seconds to miles per hour, so I'll be able to tell you what the speed is right away. And yeah, it should make this a very fun-filled afternoon.
Yes, the only car, well, we won't see it, is the one I'm driving, but...
Yeah, which is the reason why you are starting first, so that you
Exactly.
can immediately go back to your tasks, logging the lap times.
Well, that brings up an interesting question. Who is going to be logging the lap times while you're running?
So I will be logging them, and then I will relay them to Juha so that he can input it in the sheet and go.
Okay.
I just have to accept a slight delay in my run, but that'll be the only hiccup for the night.
Okay.
Although I do hope I can put this car in the field, which it wasn't in real life.
The number 10 car?
Yes.
That's interesting because I would have thought they would have made the field that year, but was there an accident that got in the way of, I believe you actually mentioned that in your broadcast notes, but yeah, both Firestone and Kruger wrecked in practice, so that would explain why it did not qualify.
Exactly, there was no car left by the end of it.
Yep. All the big dollar teams come to the track with at least 2 cars, sometimes more. Of course, this was a very special situation for Roger Penske because the PC-16 was obviously not up to the task of running in Indianapolis, so he had to scramble to buy year-old Marches and bring them in, and the one that won the race in the hands of Alan Sr. was actually in some kind of I think it was in a hotel lobby or something.
That's
It was
what
a-
Legend says, that it was
Yeah.
in Expo. And they recovered it from there to put it here. I mean, they threw a motor in because I think it was, as usual, in the Expo cars with no engine in it. But other than that, it was pretty much, yeah, like that.
And the good news is that every driver who's supposed to join us at 7 is already there.
That's great news, so we don't have to wait for people to join the server.
Exactly.
That
We
is
start at 7 o'clock, exactly.
that is great to hear. Yeah, this is one of our biggest events of the year. In fact, I mean, the 500 is obviously big, but this is a big event because everybody gets 5 minutes of TV time. Everybody gets to share the limelight, for better or for worse. And I too agree with Alberto. I think we're going to see probably quite a few incidents this evening, simply because the cars run on such a knife edge. And if people aren't ready for it and the jitters get to them, I'm not exempting myself at all in this. You may see me have to do a second run. I hope not. I sincerely hope not. My intent is to put the Valvoline March into the field without any issue, but we'll see what happens. All right, so we're about 4 minutes away now, getting very close to our starting time for qualifications. Here's another driver to watch, Grant Riddall, coming off of turn 4 right now, heading down the front straightaway. He's driving Michael Andretti's Crayco March Cosworth. I would say that he probably has a shot at being in the first 3 rows. Would you agree, Alberto?
Well, it's obvious that I mean, it's not a surprise to anybody that Grant is one of the quickest drivers that we have around, although I have to say that he is not really the biggest fan of the ovals. But I mean, quality in driving spreads all across. We saw what Nigel Mansell was able to do when he came to the IndyCar series. And yeah, I mean, he's for sure in one of the competitive cars, and he's got a lot of talent. And from what I'm seeing, watching him, he's smooth as silk, which means that he indeed has probably good chances of doing something very interesting here.
It's funny, I'm having flashbacks to driving the track in a detuned G-Force chassis. And it now, looking at this, it seems like slow motion. All right, 2 minutes to go. Juha, who will be the person actually sending people onto the track?
That will be Alberto.
That would be Alberto, okay.
Initially, that will be me, because
right.
the first two cars that will be running, those will be Juha and then Richard, as we will be, as customary for us, following the number of the car in itself. So that's car, well, in the case of Juha, as he explained, he will be first, but then Richard is probably wearing number 1. That was Bobby Rahal's reward for winning the previous season. And then we should be getting here the first car that has got one of the special Indy engines in the hands of David Jones, who would be qualifying the car from Dave Miller.
So he's qualifying for Miller, and assuming that he does qualify, that car will start last. Am I correct in said assumption?
Yeah, correct.
Yes. All right, so seeing as the scorekeeper is the first one to go out, I will be doing quick calculations myself, just to tell what the speed is for each lap. It'll eventually show up on the timesheet itself, but or is somebody else on the timesheet now? That's Juha, but obviously he can't enter the times as he's running, so I will be able to at least tell you what each lap is, not the overall average. This is the calm before the storm.
And we just have to wait for Richard Coxon to get back now. Just left.
I'm going to be telling all the drivers not in the first run to start leaving the server.
So there, everybody's going to have a little carbon fiber placard there for the bottom of the screen to tell you who is on the track now. That'll also make it a lot easier for people who are scrolling through the video later on. And we have fire on the engine. Here comes Juha. Juha Boss from Belgium.
Well, not yet on the qualifying run, because we are still waiting for Richard Coxon to return.
Oh, well, you're at least wheeling the car out onto the pit lane.
I am.
Yeah, we do start from the garages, but in real life they started from the pit lane.
Yeah, they would line up in line here.
Yeah, he's doing a reconnaissance of the track. It's actually, you've seen that in the procedures in the old Indianapolis when they have been recorded. Even if they were doing the 4 laps, they actually did a lot more laps, warm-up laps, getting up to speed until they were comfortable, because cars are so much on the edge that I remember this is very dangerous for the drivers. Anyway, Richard Coxon is here, and I think
move on.
Yeah, I'm going to tell everybody that.
All right, we're ready to rock and roll.
right.
Well, it seems the qualifying session is set to private again, but can you see my car? If not, then that's the only thing that matters.
Yes. That's, I think. Wait a moment. No, I cannot see
The
it.
game's still syncing.
It's thinking. Give it a second. It'll catch up.
Yeah, I can now. All right. Let me check. I will wait until the official clock of the game starts, because otherwise laps would not be recorded.
We have a dog in the broadcast booth. That's nice.
I happen to remember that an animal got in the track during one of these time trials.
Interesting.
Hope he doesn't get in my way.
You shouldn't be seeing any birds or things like that, hopefully.
Well, there are no cars visible at the moment, so apart from, I believe, I don't see Juha's car.
No, I can see it. It's just that, like you said, I mean,
If you click on
until the
Juha, you'll
official
see it.
timing of the game starts, probably it's not really visible to everybody.
True.
Okay, there it is.
Yes, here we go. All right, so we're ready to go now. Time trials are ready to commence, and we have fire in the engine. The car is rolling. It is time for the 1987 Indianapolis 500 time trials here at ISO. Our first qualifier hails from Belgium and is driving the Renault Racing Lola T87 00 Cosworth. It is Juha Boss. Staying on the apron as he exits the pits. He's you want to make that transition from the apron to the track in a rather fluid fashion. You don't want to do it suddenly. Down the back straightaway. Into turn 3, and he will be starting his qualifying run, this time by the flag stand. Coming off of turn number 4, I'm going to do my best Dale Carnegie. And he's on it. Juha Boss. Into turn number 1. Smoothly through. Ooh, he might have kissed the wall slightly there as he now heads into turn number 2, keeping the car above the 2 lines, heading down the back straightaway now. Looks relatively smooth so far, gentlemen.
Yeah, I need to have a very loose car to be able to go through these turns without overcooking the front tire. And that means that at the beginning, until the car takes a set and the tires get up to temperature, it can be really, really heavy, even more than usual.
Nice arc coming off of turn 4 as he's about to complete his first lap. Let's see what the seconds reveal. 43.334. And that is a 207.689 mile per hour lap for his opening lap of qualifications. Very good, very smooth so far. No histrionics, no
taking a risk
there. Yeah, he did. He took a big risk there. He was just flirting with that line.
And it was rewarded because that sector is quicker than the previous one.
All right, so this is going to be a faster lap for sure as he comes across the line. 43.156. And that is 208.545 miles per hour for Juha Boss on his second lap. So, very smooth, very good run so far. Midway through, heading down the back straightaway. Into turn 3, just barely grazing that line out to the north chute.
Even quicker again in both sectors.
Nice arc coming off the corner. He's not using all the space he has there at his disposal. He's probably afraid he doesn't want to hit that wall. 43.130.
Starting to get really loose.
That's 208.671. So he's starting to get loose. So he really, I'm sure, would love for this run to end as soon as possible. Coming through turn number 3 into the north chute, and he has been right up against that wall in every instance except here when he got, well, he's very close actually, coming off of 4 this time. Here he comes to complete his qualifying run. Juha, boss! And he immediately starts downshifting. 43.2. 2-3.
And the next car is coming out of the garage, and that's no other than Richard Coxon, former Indianapolis winner.
Yes.
Driving here the car of Mr. Bobby Rahal, also former Indianapolis winner. This is one of the Lolas, and probably one of the hot dogs of the day.
Yes, indeed. Here he comes through turn 2, down the back straightaway. This is a Lola T8700 powered by a Cosworth. It's the True Sports team that would eventually be purchased by Bobby Rahal years later. This is before the team was building their own cars. They're still purchasing Lolas. Coming off of turn number 4, heading down the front straightaway, Richard Coxon on the qualifying run, heading into turn number 1. Right down to the lines. Well, not quite. He left a little bit of a cushion there. Out to the wall. Looks pretty smooth so far. Grazes the line just a little bit coming through turn 2. Now down the back straightaway. Looking good so far.
It is, and look at the aerodynamics of this car, putting it well above 230 mph.
Yeah. So for those of you who are curious about the run that was just completed, it's interesting. The 4-lap average doesn't read as I would expect it to, but the last.
I'll correct that immediately. Sorry.
Okay.
Well, we can keep on watching Richard.
Okay, so Richard continuing down the back straightaway now into turn number 3. His first lap was 43.072, which is 208.952 miles per hour. Excellent opening lap. Here he comes to complete his second lap. That's a 43.030.
We're not seeing today the quickest speeds that we thought we could be getting. This is interesting, but that, I mean, that depends on track temperature and ambient temperature and all that, and it's the same for everybody. So
that's the first lap above 209.156 miles per hour. He's averaging to this point 209.054. So very smooth and very quick run for Richard so far. Look at all the track he's using as he comes off at turn 4, heading down the front straightaway, about to complete his lap.
There you go. This one was the first one that we've seen under 43 seconds.
42.916, 209.712 miles per hour. He's averaging 209.2 to this point. He's on his final lap.
Getting closer to the apron on this one. All those sectors so far as I can see are not quicker than the previous one. Let's see what happens now.
42.985 for the last lap that he completed. So a little bit slower, but not by much.
Yeah, the important thing is the regularity, and they've been all in a quite decently smooth bracket. So, okay, as I was mentioning before, here's the first of your stock blocks that is going to make an appearance today. Everybody's going to immediately notice that the sound of this car is quite different to the other ones.
Yes, and Richard's average of the 4 laps is 209.155 miles.
So he is on the pole at the moment, and you are
Yes.
in second with 208.047 miles per hour. And Yunt is on the track in his Buick-powered March. This car, in reality, was driven by Gordon Johncock, and he qualified it for the race. Actually, when he qualified it for the race, it was painted in the traditional STP colors that we have come to know Gordon Johncock to drive in. But for qualifying, it appeared in this white paint scheme at the time. So they were not concerned with aesthetics. They were more concerned with getting the car in the show. The stock block Buick V6, as he takes the green flag for the run, generates its power in a very different way than the thoroughbred V8s do, at a much lower rev band. But it'll be interesting to see what kind of speed he can get out of this car.
Well, I'm looking at the apex speeds, and that hasn't been that far away from the other cars, which means that probably he's using the extra power to actually get it to use more wings. And I think that not even topping 230 on the backstretch seems to confirm.
Oh, he clocks the wall. He clocks the wall coming off of the fourth turn to complete the run, or I'm sorry, to complete the first lap. We'll see what happens now, because the car definitely is going to have some kind of damage. First lap in the books.
206 miles an hour.
206.5 miles per hour for the first lap. We'll have to see if that contact with the wall. Yeah, he's nursing the car a little bit there, so who knows? That might actually end up being the quickest lap of the run. We'll see.
He missed the apex of the second of turn 2. So that's probably also overheated tires. Remember that these cars also do weight a lot more.
Yeah, it's true. Off the fourth turn, I'm not sure he touched the wall there, but he came very, very close. My goodness.
Second lap. It's a
second lap in the books.
925.
204
Yeah.
miles an hour. So that's 2 miles an hour slower than his previous.
205. Oh, and he is waving this line. He is waving it off. He has waved off the run. Obviously, it's he thinks that he can do better than that. That initial contact with the wall obviously put the car in a position where he wasn't going to be able to go much faster. So he is going to move to the end of the line and try again later today. I can't say that I blame him. It's probably makes a lot of sense to do that, given the circumstances. Yep. Motoring in quite slowly, in no hurry to get there. The next car in line is Lewis Stephens.
Yeah, we've been getting all the time so far new things. I mean, first we saw the March 80, Lola Cosworth qualify, then this stock block, and now we're going to see the first March 86 with the Chevy engine, which is my teammate, Lewis Stephens, and that's that's the same car that I will be using later on.
Yeah, in actual fact, Sullivan qualified the PC16 earlier in real life, but it was pulled from the grid, and they qualified this car instead. So we didn't bother including the PC16s in this particular round for the championship because they never really did run super speedway races, in truth. Qualifying run has begun for Lewis Stephens into turn 1. Out towards the wall, back down towards the apron for the second turn. Looking very good so far. And there isn't a whole lot of difference between the March 86 and 87 in terms of downforce, is there?
No, not so much from the underbody, at least. From what I can tell, and Wilkes has told me, the main difference is the pitch and yaw sensitivity of the underbody. So this is a car that probably needs stiffer suspensions to keep in check the aerodynamics than the 87. That hurts it a bit, but it's not a huge difference.
All right, so Lewis has completed his first lap, and that is a 43.767.
Juha, I'm going 205 miles an hour. It's the slowest opening lap so far.
205.6. Yeah, the slowest opening lap. So we'll see what happens now. He's heading through turn 3.
Could back off quite a lot.
Yeah. Oh, right next to the wall there. Heading into turn 4. It's funny, the people who work the hardest, it's often the people who are at the back of the field or the people who have cars that are hard to handle. Those are the ones who work the hardest, not the ones that are at the front. Lap 2 is complete. 43.586. 206.488 miles per hour. He's averaging 206.061, which at the moment places him third in line for race day. Heading down that long back straightaway into the third turn. Now the fourth turn, heading down the long front straightaway, looking for start-finish line. This lap comes in at 43.508, 206.859 miles per hour, and Lewis is averaging 206.185 miles per hour so far, and he is going to be third. If he can complete this lap, he'll be third on the grid. Probably won't stay there, but at least for the moment, that's where he is. Oh, look at him. Very, very close to the line and really had to check up there to get control of the car, but I don't know, this still looks like it might be a quick lap. Coming down the front straightaway, and he completes his qualifying run with a lap of 43.483, 206.977. The 4-lap qualifying average is 206.214. So he is the third qualifier, and he will start third as of now. And next up we have
Anders Nilsson,
one of our Swedish contingent, Anders Nilsson. He's already on the track, and he is driving.
A car which nearly won the race.
Nearly won the race. The Vince Granatelli Racing March 87C Cosworth. Heading down the back straightaway now. This car appeared day-glow red in real life. It doesn't really appear that way on the screen at the moment, but this is a car that you could definitely see coming. Roberto was quoted back then as saying that this car actually, he thought that the fact that it was so bright red actually helped him thread through traffic. People saw him easier and got out of the way.
Yeah, it could very well be the case.
Yep.
Because red and yellow, I think, are the most visible colors there.
Yeah, so he heads into turn 1, out to the south chute.
Beautiful line and beautiful apex speed.
Yeah,
And
really,
you can
really
see here
nice.
An experienced driver doing his job. Oh, look at that! There wasn't
Man.
any space left of that. I mean, that takes bravery to do on this lap.
Yeah, he's definitely going for it. He doesn't want to leave anything on the table.
Beautiful arc through the corner. I mean, this is really spectacular coming from a guy like Anders, who is self-declared at heart a road racer and does the ovals, okay, because of the fun and that, but is not an expert or pretends to be at this.
Yeah,
Look at this.
207 miles an hour.
207.795 miles per hour. That's the fastest opening lap thus far. Or actually, no, it's not. The fastest opening lap was it's the second fastest, correct. And that places him second at the moment. He's on pace to be second.
Interesting. He's going higher now. You can see that he's not hugging the apron line so much, and yet, and yet it was quicker, which seems to indicate that the way his car is handling is getting looser towards the end of the stint.
Into turn 1 again. 43.173. 208.464 miles per hour. His average to this point, 208.129. down the back straightaway for Anders Nilsson, Granatelli Racing. Heading into turn number 3. He's got really good rotation on that car right now. Takes it right out to the wall. Yeah, he's very smooth. Looks really, really nice. Yeah, still improving. Off the turn. Beautiful arc coming off of turn 4 there. As he comes to the line. Oh, 43.104. 208.797 miles per hour. He's averaging to this point 208.240. One more lap to go for Anders Nilsson, or half a lap to go. He's half down the back straightaway. Heading into turn number 3 coming up. And that arc looks so consistent lap after lap. He's really been putting in his time on the server and getting the car to where he wants it to be.
Mm-hmm.
Coming off the 4th turn, another beautiful arc. This is a great run.
Yeah, very good. You can tell if the exit speed of turn 4 is 200 mph, it's going to be a good one.
Yep, coming off turn 4 and taking the checkered flag. That is the end of the run. 43.138 for that lap. 208.633 miles per hour. The average for the 4 laps, 208.199. Excellent run for Anders Nilsson. Textbook, fantastic. Now we move to Grant Radal. Who is just now exiting the pit lane, driving Michael Andretti's Craco Racing March 87C Cosworth. This is a car that during the race, or wait, I'm thinking of another race actually. 1988, he lost a piece on the track, bringing out the yellow. But in 1987 was a different story. I can look at my broadcast notes here.
I think Michael retired from this one.
Yeah, CV joined on lap 28 is your note. And Grant
still
is...
was the Andretti curse. So.
Well, yeah, stays within the family. And here he is coming off of the 4th turn, ready to start his qualifying run. And he's on it. Grant Radal takes the green flag, heads into turn 1. Playing it very conservatively above that line. Also, yeah, not flirting too much with the wall. Heading down now. Now he actually does kiss that line. Heading down the back straightaway now.
Yeah, it was probably down to the temperature of the tires.
Mm-hmm. Into turn 3 now.
Missed the apex, or is deciding to go for this line because the car is too oversteery, but
maybe.
That's too slow. That's not really a good one.
Well, we'll see if he's able to improve as the tires warm up. Coming down to complete. Yeah, that's a slower lap. 44.453.
That's the slowest opening lap. So
yeah, 202.461 miles per hour. That is the slowest opening lap thus far. So opening jitters, maybe, I don't know.
Well, sometimes you depend always on the time that you have for the preparation of the race, and sometimes it's just that you didn't have enough to really dial the car in. So
yeah, that's another possibility.
I mean, he's improving himself, but obviously starting from a slow pace.
Coming off of turn 4, we'll see if this one is any better than the previous lap. Looks like it could be a little better. 44.135. 203.920. He's averaging to this point 203.190. That's still the slowest we've seen so far.
Smooth line, consistent, but yeah, not really quick.
And that's curious considering that this is a top-of-the-line chassis with a top-of-the-line engine.
Yeah, like I say, I put it down to lack of time to really prepare the car properly. We know he has a busy life, it's a real job and not that. And the car that his father is driving, very own, very coveted Grant Radal, is unfortunately of a different model make. It's
so they can't really help each other.
Yeah, so it doesn't cross over.
205.630 for that lap. That was his best lap so far. He's averaging 203.760.
this doesn't look like it's going to be an improvement.
Probably not.
Would it be enough to put him in the field?
I guess it should be.
Should be.
Who knows? So now here's again a different car. That's again a March 87, but this time in the combination with the Chevy engine. And here comes August Watering with a lucky number 7 car. An event that we know he looks forward so much. Because, unless I'm mistaken, he's also from Indiana.
Yes, it's true.
So he knows very well what the butterflies in the stomach are here.
It may work.
I'm going to leave you all now because the next car on the line is me. So I'm going to get some concentration sitting in my cockpit and speak to you later, hopefully after a successful full-lap run.
All right, good luck to you, Alberto. We'll talk to you afterwards.
Thanks.
All right, so here's August Watering heading into turn 3, the north portion of the track, the north chute, and now into turn 4. And he's getting ready to start his qualifying run. We associate the Marlboro colors, Juha, so much with Roger Penske, but in actual fact, this is a Patrick racing car.
Yes, exactly. Not the team we're used to seeing running this livery.
Yeah.
And this occurrence is car driven by Kevin Coogan.
Coogan.
The most popular driver for some people.
No, not the most popular driver for certain people, but obviously because of the 1982 incident in which he botched the start. And Coogan then later on did have a chance to win the 1986 Indy 500, but was passed on the last restart by Bobby Rahal, who went on to win. But here comes Watering through turn number 4. He's got top-of-the-line equipment, March 87C with the Ilmore Chevrolet.
Exactly.
So he should be able to do something good with this. 43.817 for his opening lap.
That's the 6th quickest opening lap so far.
Good. 205.4 miles per hour for his opening lap. 205.4 dead. Heading down the back straightaway now. Into turn number 3. Oh, whoa. He had a very, very sketchy moment there. Touching the line. That's going to cost him on this lap, I believe. Let's see as he comes across the line. 43.819. 205.390 miles per hour. He's averaging 205.395.
Meanwhile, David Hunter signaled he wants another attempt, so he will join the back of the queue.
All right, so we'll see that Buick make one more attempt later on. Into turn number 3. Oh my goodness, August missed the apex massively there. Heading into turn 4. So yeah, something's not right. The car is definitely... Oh, he clocks the wall there. So that right front is probably cooked at this point. As he comes down the front straightaway, takes a start-finish line 43.830, 205.339. His average to this point is 205.378. So he's definitely fighting that car through this qualifying session. Too bad too, because it's a good car, but it could be a matter of technique. Who knows? But well, he's looking okay on this lap, at least at the back end of the lap here. He comes.
Maybe it's like you say, didn't get the preparation in. We don't know.
I don't know.
Could be many things.
Coming off of turn 4, takes the checkered flag, 43.533, 206.740 miles per hour. His average for the 4 laps, 205.728. Not the slowest. The slowest so far has been Grant Riddall. Yeah. So now we move to the aforementioned Big Al. Alberto Ibañez driving Rick Mears' car number 8.
One of the most iconic liveries in IndyCar racing, in my opinion.
Yes, the Pennzoil livery. Iconic. I always get annoyed when I'm watching IndyCar broadcasts and they refer to the Pennzoil car as the Yellow Submarine, and I'm like, no, that name, that moniker was for, I believe was for the Jim Hall version of the car because of the design of the car. So they're conflating two different teams doing that. If somebody wants to prove me wrong in the YouTube chat, go right ahead, but that's my understanding. Off of the fourth turn comes Alberto, and he is ready to start his qualifying run. This is a year-old March with Ilmore Chevrolet power. Takes the green flag, heading into turn number 1. Through the south chute, into turn 2. Looks smooth so far. So far, 6 cars have qualified for the race, with 1 wave off. 43.045, wonderful lap. 209.084 miles per hour for Alberto on his first lap. That's fantastic. Great opening lap. Heading down the back straightaway now towards turn number 3. We'll see if he can improve on this lap. Through turn 3. He's a little bit slower according to the sector timing, but we'll see what happens as he comes off the corner here that Ilmore stretches its legs. Heading for the start-finish line, Alberto Ibañez. 43.095. Just a little bit slower, 208.841 miles per hour. He's averaging 208.962 to this point.
Yes, that would demote him to second because Richard's second lap was a lot quicker.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it currently he is trending to second place on the grid. Look at him flirt with that line as he comes off at 3. He is absolutely putting all of his cards on the table, now heading down the front straightaway. We'll see what this lap brings us. Crosses the line, 43.094. 208
thousandths of a second quicker than his previous lap.
Yeah, 208.846 miles per hour. His average to this point, 208.964. So he's trending towards second place if he can complete this lap. Heading through turn 4 now, ready to complete the lap and the run. Very good run by Alberto. No jitters, no... God, he's just ice cold on that run. 43.015.
It's him second on the grid behind Richard Coxon.
I believe that was 015. You might want to go back and have a look.
I will check. Yep,
there he...
correct. 015, sorry.
Yep. So he...
Still second, though.
209.229 is average to this point, 209.060. That's his qualifying run completed. Next up is my teammate, Cale McKeels. And he is exiting the pit lane as we speak. Driving for the Gallus team. This is a very different sounding engine. This is the Brabham Honda, which later will be called the Judd. This car was driven by McPherson in real life, Jeff McPherson, his only Indy 500 start in his last and only full IndyCar season.
Oh, that's not a good start.
No, it is not. You don't want to be hitting the wall you don't want to be hitting the wall when you're not on the clock, but it looks like KO's going to make a run of it anyway and see if the car is damaged or if he can salvage this. Crosses the line.
I guess he will be doing some corners and then seeing what the effects are.
Oh, that's... Seems to lose a lot of speed there.
The apex speed is not really that bad, but he needs to really decide if it's affecting the turn entry or the nervousness of the car or whatever.
This car obviously not as powerful as the other cars. The Brabham Honda engine was down on power from the other engines. Has a nice power delivery though. So he comes off the fourth turn. Let's see what his time is. 44.5 for his opening lap. 5:12.
Keeps improving, probably as he gains confidence on what
202.
The specific grid of the car is.
202.193. His average at this point is 202.193 because that's one lap. Now coming into turn 3. Oh no! He runs over the line, and that is all she wrote for that run for K.O. McKeels. He's going to have to go to the end of the line. My goodness. So the guys in the Gallus garage have got some work to do.
Yeah, I guess with the ill-handling car, he was not able to really predict so well with the difference in turn entry speed where the car was going to be. Because this is something that I believe is worth explaining for our viewers who might not have experience driving these cars and that. When you're driving a road car, normally, you're basically just guiding it with your tires, and the tires are stretching with the slip angles and all that because the rubber is obviously stretching due to the stress. But somehow it's not really that noticeable. You're basically guiding your car as you want. But when you are on a racing car with this kind of tires and you are going at speeds, what happens here is that the cars are actually hovering or floating over speed angles, so they don't have the responsiveness that you have normally on the steering when you're driving at normal speeds. You actually drive more with the throttle than you do with the steering wheel. And in this case, if you go with too little speed, you fall into the inside of the turn, and if you go with too much, you're heading for the wall. So I guess that in the case of this car, because it was ill-handling, Keio wasn't able to gauge properly the turn entry speed, and the car fell into the apron, and that's what caused the spin. All right, here comes another very quick driver who has been doing very good things during the practice sessions.
Yeah, very fast. In fact, this is the car that finished third in 1987 in the hands of Fabrizio Barbazza, who did not make many friends with the Penske team towards the end of the race. They felt that he was hindering Allenster Sr.'s progress towards the end of the race. In the end, it didn't matter because he ended up going in pits. But here comes Vadim off of turn number 3 through the north chute, now into turn number 4. Yeah, he has been very quick in practice so far, so I would definitely think that we'd see a really quick time from him. 43.383.
Very good top speed, and I guess that's due to a low wing setup.
Yeah, he's probably got the thing trimmed right out. That's a 207.455 mile per hour lap to open up.
Yeah, but I can see that the car is warming up and he's getting in it. I mean, I don't know about Juha and Richard, if they can confirm it, but I was somehow a bit surprised that the car was feeling, due to the track conditions, a bit more oversteery than normal.
Coming down the front straightaway now, ready to complete lap number 2.
Good one now.
Yep, 43.040.
Throws the car into the corner. Very good apex speed, I must say. 202 laps at mph at the apex is beautiful.
209.108 miles per hour on that lap. He's averaging 208.281 miles per hour. 208.281 is trending him towards third on the grid.
really throws the car into the corner. You need a lot
Yeah.
of confidence to do that, and he keeps improving. Although this one, he has botched it a bit here. Let's see if he can keep it because the exit speed goes well, but he missed the apex. Should be still improving. Yes.
42 still improves. 42.977 on that lap. .448 miles per hour. His average to this point, 208.395.
This is going very well, but he may pay dearly for the bit slower opening lap. We will see. Not improving now. Yeah, indeed. 43.19.
It's him third on the grid. Good effort by the lead.
Yep. There you see the 4 laps right there. 43.019. 209.210 for his 4-lap average. Or for that average right there for the lap 4. His average for the 4 laps, 208.332. So we have one more car to go before we take our break to open the server. And that would be the very familiar number 14, driven by Adam Hackman. He's driving for AJ Foyt Enterprises.
And making him proud, I must say, so far.
Exiting the garage onto the pit straight now, onto that very rough pit lane.
Some people say that it wasn't really repaved until Gordon Johncock retired, because he had the habit of storming through the pit lane, taking absolutely no care of the safety of anybody. So they waited until he retired, and then it was repaved and became smooth. Attention here, this turn here will tell you how your first lap will be.
Yep.
Not a great exit speed, but let's see how the aerodynamics of this Lola makes up for it in the straight. Wow. Whoa, 22.35, that's amazing. This car is really quick down the straights. And Adam must have had it trimmed for very high speeds.
No doubt about it. Now down the back straightaway. The familiar Copenhagen colors.
Nice use of nearly the whole track.
Heading into
Not
turn
too
4
quick
now.
so far, but this one was a better exit. Let's see.
Heading down the front straightaway now into turn number 1. 43.030 for his opening lap. 209.156 miles per hour.
And he's already improving. I mean, probably that's a treat of the setup. I mean, some setups are gauged towards having very, very quick first and second laps and then like trying to survive. Others are geared towards going quicker at the end. I can see that the car is behaving much better now. He seems to be really happy with it, and there's a big chunk of time that he just ate in the second sector. This is going to be for sure under 43 seconds. Let's see if it's the quickest we've seen. Whoa, and it is.
Fantastic. 42.731, 210.620 miles per hour. The average to this point, 209.888.
And
By
the
far
best
the
for
quickest
the rest
lap
of
of the
us
evening.
is that it keeps improving.
Sorry, Juha, what were you saying?
That was by far the quickest lap we've seen so far.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the first 210 lap we've seen as well. So we're going out with a bang in this first session here.
Wow, another big chunk of time here. Get ready for an even quicker one.
Wow. How many times did AJ have a chance to get that 5th win later on in his career. We might see 14 make it. 42.618, 211.178 miles per hour. The average to this point, 210.074. Fantastic run by Adam Hackman.
My goodness, he could park it in the back stretch and smoke a cigar and still get the pole.
Yeah. Beautiful line coming through the south chute there, or north chute, now into turn number 4. Coming down the front straightaway. Fantastic run for Adam Hackman. Let's see if he caps it off with his best lap yet. And he does. 42.428.
Oof,
my goodness.
In the whole month of May.
212.124 miles per hour. The average for the 4 laps, 210.311. Thank you very much.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, it's how it's done.
That is how we do that. That was fantastic. My goodness.
The point now.
Maybe. Who knows?
Adam's just been sterling all practice.
That's incredible.
Yeah, faultless, amazing. Yeah.
All right. So while we have the server open and people are making their way to and from the server, now it is time to take a look at our first trivia question. You guys ready?
Yes.
Yep.
All right. So the trivia question was: Dallara has won the most Indy 500s as a car make since, it has been introduced, obviously, because that's the only car that's run, at 21. Maybe there were a few G-forces in the middle there, but 21 wins is the record for Dallara as a chassis maker. Who is second on this list? A. Miller, B. Penske, C. Watson.
I'll go with Watson.
It's a tricky question when you think about it. The answer's not obvious because you have to consider the whole history of the race. What do you got? What do you think, Alberto?
Well, it depends. I mean, by chassis, I mean a Dallara fielded by Penske. Does it count as a Penske?
No. We're talking about the actual chassis itself, not the team.
Well, then I'd go either with Miller or Watson. Okay, just let's say Miller, just to do something different than Fox.
Wrong. The correct answer is Penske with 7. Believe it or not.
Really?
Yes, really. All right, so it is after this. After we go to back to racing, it's going to be me doing my qualifying run. So I'm going to be silencing the booth so I am not disturbed. So you won't have any commentary for this run, but you'll be able to see it at least. So let's see.
Yeah, we still got some time because we are ahead of schedule.
Mm-hmm. True.
So at 8, we're going to declare the server officially open for the last 5 minutes so that anybody having to join can come in. And then at 8:05, no other cars are admitted, and you will be given the green light to go to the track.
Wow, so I do have a lot of time, actually.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
It depends how much it takes for other drivers to show up.
Yeah,
Everyone
that's
shows
true.
up in time. We'll get going.
Blame
Right.
Adam Hackman. I think he did his lap so quick that he put the whole schedule ahead.
Yeah, it's his fault. He's the reason why we're. Well, I know why we're ahead. It's because we had one wave off and one crash. That's why.
Yeah, true.
Right there. That's the reason that we're so far ahead of schedule. So we're going to be paying for it on the back end when these guys come in. But so far, let me read off the where we stand so far in terms of qualification. First on the pole right now is Adam Hackman, AJ Foyt Enterprises, with a speed of 210.311 miles per hour. He's first. Second is Richard Coxon, True Sports, with a speed of 209.155 miles per hour. Third is our friend in the booth, Alberto Ibañez, with a speed of 209.060 miles per hour. Fourth on the list is Vadim Tasiak, and he has a speed of 208.332 miles per hour. Fifth on the list is Anders Nilsson, Vince Granatelli Racing, and he has 208.199 miles per hour as his speed. So that's your top 5 right now for the starting grid. And you can see the rest of it looking at the sheet that's linked in the description for this video. I'm tempted to sort the sheet for myself by number, but then I'll never be able to get it back to the correct qualifying order.
No, but there is a second tab in the sheet that allows you to see them all in the correct
Oh,
order.
that's right. There's a provisional grid. Okay, so, yeah, there we go. Wow, you really did a great job on this. This is fantastic. Adam Hackman first, Richard Coxon second, Alberto Ibañez third, Vadim Tasiak is fourth, Anders Nilsson fifth, Juha Boss sixth, Lewis Stephens seventh, August Watring eighth, and Grant Riddall ninth. Those are the cars that have qualified. Incomplete attempts were David Yunt and K.O. McKeel's. David Yunt waved off his run because he thought it was too slow, and K.O. McKeel's crashed in his run. So we've had one wave off, one crash, 11 qualifying attempts, 9 successful as of now. Yeah, I got to say, you really outdid yourself, Juha. This is a fantastic sheet.
Thank you.
I suppose I can ask the second trivia question just to get an idea of where we're going.
And you'll have to do it quickly. We're only waiting for David Jakes to rejoin, and then we can continue.
Okay. Trivia question number 2. Offenhauser has won the most Indy 500s as an engine manufacturer with 27 wins. I'm surprised that they still hang on to that even now. Who is second on this list? Is it Chevrolet A, Cosworth B, or Honda C? We'll have the answer for you after this next session.
And we can continue.
Okay.
David Jakes has arrived.
All right, so I am going to be muting the TeamSpeak so that I can do this without any interruption. I'll see you on the back end of this qualifying session.
I will call you when we're ready.
All right. Well, there's a first time for everything. Shoot.
In practice.
Yeah.
Looks like you lost a wing on the first slam against the wall there.
Yeah. That's too bad.
I take it you want another run.
Yes, I will take another run at the end.
Okay, I will add you to the list.
You'll be more relaxed back then. So
Yeah.
anyway, show must go on.
Mm-hmm.
With Raul.
We got now Raul Jerez on track. So, are we live again?
In the BBS wheels.
Yes, we are live again. Whereas Raul...
So yeah, we had Jason's car with the Jude engine, and here we have again another customized car. That's the one from Tony Bettenhausen with the BBS wheels. Beautiful looking ones, I must say.
They are. Did a brilliant job on them.
Yo, thanks. Okay, here he comes. Not a bad exit speed from turn 4. And he's on it.
Oh, so it looks like, Jason, you're on replay at the moment.
Oh,
Unless
sorry.
you've switched
There we
it
go.
back to
Yep.
live.
There we go. Yes, he is now on his run.
Good apex speed so far, I must say. He seems to have prepared this thoroughly. Let's see what the top speed in the backstretch is. Not really a big one. I would guess a lot of wing here, but that helps being consistent. Look at that. I mean, he's able to use all the track, which is always good. Nice apex speed. Yeah, a bit slower, but for sure steady. There you go.
Ooh, nearly looking a little bit loose in the middle now.
Yep.
Crosses the line. 44.606, 201.767 miles per hour for his opening lap.
Okay, but this is looking better now. He missed this. Look, this is something that happens to many drivers. Has happened to me many times until I force myself to correct it. And that's in the first shoot is so easy to miss the entry to turn 2, and then you go on a high line and you botch your lap basically there.
Yeah. Definitely a concern.
It's funny because it's not the same in this one. I don't know why, because as all the drivers you ask will tell you, there are 4 corners theoretically the same, but they actually don't feel or look the same when you're driving them. It's incredible. Good improvement now for Raul. Brings the car down, long apex. That's the way to do it. And
44.
Let's see. Look at that. He missed it again.
Oh, shoot.
If you have to force it down here, you're really losing time because you're overheating the right front and you're basically scrubbing speed.
Yeah.
Which is what allows you to go down. So
his average to this point, 202.248.
Nice one here. This is the line that you want here. And indeed, it's an improvement. This is the very open turn, especially after they made the new pit lane. You can see how much space there is on the left. See how this one goes. 44.4.
202.425 for that lap. His average speed to this point, 202.147.
Bit better now, but let's see, because the ultimate judge is the chrono, of course.
Yep, coming through the third turn. Right now, he's looking good.
Yep, does very well this corner, and indeed, it's an improvement. Let's see if he can keep it here. Very good there, up to the wall nearly. This one should be better. It is indeed.
And that completes his run, 44.2 on that one.
Not a huge speed, but
240.
Consistent. So
yep, 203.436 for that lap. The average over the 4 laps, 202.399. That slots him in 10th.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, probably what should be considered the quickest car in the field, as far as cars go, the killer combination of the very aerodynamic Lola chassis with the Chevy engine. This is the car that historically was on pole in the hands of Mario Andretti. And it's Ray Riddle now at the helm.
Yep, Ray Riddle. Definitely a threat for the pole in this car. No question about it. This car proved flawless for Mario until the very end of the race. One of the more heartbreaking races, I would think. But definitely state-of-the-art machinery here. Top-of-the-line Lola with Ilmore Chevrolet power. Coming down the straightaway now to start his qualification run is Ray Riddle.
Man, how that thing picks up speed. That was amazing.
Into turn one, he's a bit high on the entry.
Yeah, but the speed was not bad through the corner. It's
Through
just
turn
that
two.
the car is probably so loose to be quick that he needs to really go high on that first corner because forcing it down would mean a spin.
Yeah, possibly.
Oh, he nearly 238. He nearly touched the magic 240 number.
Wow. At the end of the straight. Coming through turn number 4. Heading down the front straightaway now is Ray Riddle. Let's see what the time and speed report is. My goodness. 43.565 to start. 206.588 miles per hour. Not blisteringly fast. But that's him in...
No, but he's improving by big chunks in every sector, I tell you. So let's see what happens now. Throws it beautifully there. Long apex as you would want it. Car rotates perfectly. Nearly 0.4 of a second quicker this time. Coming out at a brilliant 201 mph out of the turn. And this thing is now taking off. My goodness.
42.991.
240. He glanced 240 before cutting for turn
wow.
1, gentlemen.
209. 209.346 on that lap. His average to this point, 207.967. So that first lap is going to cost him quite a bit. He's currently trending 7th.
I reckon that may have been jitters on the first lap.
Probably.
Yeah, but he keeps improving, so it's a setup rigged for the last laps. And the speed that this thing has is incredible.
43.1.
Yeah,
so a little bit slower.
He cooked it a bit at the exit of turn 4, maybe. That hurt him.
208.749 on that lap. His average 207.768. He's on his final lap. Looks like he's going to slot in about 7th on the grid. If he can just complete these last 2 corners. Yeah, just glancing. Oh, he cut the wall.
Yeah, when I saw that apex, I was thinking myself, that's not the line we want.
But he is bringing it home.
His older son probably felt it didn't lose that much time there, and indeed it was that it wasn't that horrible, but anyway.
Wasn't that bad. 207.823 on that lap.
That puts him 7th on the grid.
Yes, he is 7th on the grid. Solid run by Ray Riddle. Excellent.
And the only car that has touched, and probably that will ever touch in this season, 240 mph, 400 kilometers per hour at the moment of cutting for turn 1. Now you need some bravery there.
All right. Next car on the track is the other Marlboro-sponsored car, driven by Emerson Fittipaldi in real life. In this case, driven by David Saber.
Yep. The magic outdoor of the 3D models that you're seeing in game.
Yes.
Created originally for Kart 88 and now transferred to this one. Of course, plus the new ones that were needed. Beautiful 3D modeling work as always, but by Dave. And let's see what he's able to do with the Fittipaldi mobile. Nice apex there. Heavy engine in this car also. Same as Kevin Hogan's number 7 in the hands of August Watering. can see how the car is slightly loose, in that it wants to. I mean, he's all the time smoothly making very little corrections. And I can see the top speed is not really that big, which seems to point out that the setup is rigged for higher wings. Not too quick here. Let's see after this installment lap.
Yep, coming off of the fourth turn. 42 or 44.299. Average is 203.165 miles per hour.
Improving now. I should say that in real life, this team, the Pat Patrick team, I think it was, they had real problems in Indy getting up to speed. In the end, they managed to do it, but they were not happy at the beginning.
Yeah.
Nice chunk of time here. He should be slotting hopefully here now in the 43s easily.
We'll see. Comes across the line now. 43.794. 205.508 miles per hour has averaged to this point. 204.336.
Small improvement so far, but we will see.
Down the back straightaway. This car.
Throwing the car in the corner. Oh, my goodness, the apron.
Yeah, careful, and he glances the wall there.
Yeah, no, I mean, that won't hurt the car because it was barely anything, but the lap is ruined by that.
Yeah, for sure.
Too early of an entry or too aggressive.
44.169. That's a 203.763 mile per hour lap. His average 203.755. He's on his final lap.
Keeps improving in this lap. Let's see if he now can thread the needle properly in this last turn and make it count.
Coming down.
There he goes.
Into turn number 3.
That was a much more careful entry. Nice one. That's what you want to see. Okay. But this one, the apex was missed a bit. Although you never know because drivers are usually compensating the oversteer of the car. Look for a moment as if he was going to enter the pits and wave it, but no.
Nope. 43.887. 205.072 is average to this point. 204.082. That is his final qualifying average. He's going to be slotted in 10th right now.
Yeah, no, I should say, I think it's safe to say that he's in the show, at least for now. So let's see. Another March 87 coming out of the garages now.
He was driven by Lone Star JR.
Yep. This one in the hands of Jules Bouchard.
This was Rutherford's penultimate 500 start. His last was in 1988.
I think the shoulder cam that you're seeing there in the broadcast, it really gives you a good impression, like makes you nearly feel the G-forces there.
Yeah.
You can see, yeah, it's a great view to realize that what the driver is going through. Okay, so first turns for Mr. Bouchard. Decent
pretty good so far.
But yeah, smooth line. Let's see. Oh, what I can tell immediately already is that he has very long gears. Very long gears. He's not really using a hand in the engine. And probably not getting a lot of power out of the corners. Yep, that seems very slow. I wonder if he by error took the wrong setup. Because this doesn't seem to be normal at all. Oh, look at that.
46.482. Yeah, 193.623. So something is not right.
Oh, and he's in 4th gear even. So
he might have picked the wrong setup. I'm starting to
yeah.
think that's the case.
Yeah, but by all the looks of it, that seems to be the case. Yes. Sometimes happens.
Well, I reckon at this point, then he's more in the mindset of, well, I'll get the run in and see if it's enough anyway, and go from there.
Yeah, you have 4 laps to wave it out. So.
Oh yeah, the revs are very low in that car. He's got high gears.
And in 4th gear.
Coming off of turn 4. See if there's any improvement here. No, it's about the same. 46.374. A little bit of improvement, but still very slow. 194.074. Average to this point is 193.849. That's not a safe speed to get in the show, I would think. Although, who knows? I mean, we haven't seen the full field yet. We don't really know. Misses the apex there. Man. It's going to be tight. .46.9. His slowest so far, 191.726. Average to this point, 193.066 for Jules Bouchard. Coming down the back straightaway now. Did he actually touch the wall there? It looked like he might have. Just kisses the line out towards the wall again, heads down into turn 4. And this is going to complete the qualifying run. It's his best lap yet, 45.817, 196.434. The average for the run is 194.243, and that is the slowest run by far. So my guess is he's probably in danger of being bumped.
Mm-hmm.
What would you say?
Well, it doesn't look very good for now. And yeah, I think it's going to be on the bubble. But if this all was just a setup error, I mean, the car has enough potential to fight to be in the field. So let's see what happens. Yeah, sorry.
Oh, no, it's all right. Here comes Bruno Chacon. A very consistent driver.
Yeah, he's incarnating here Dick Simon, another veteran driver. We know that Bruno likes and loves to be considered that veteran driver that is always hanging in there, always fighting to finish the races and be the most consistent guy. And I think that's a good description of what Dick Simon was doing back then here. He was also very veteran, very appreciated by the other drivers, and basically a guy who was there enjoying the lifestyle of a driver and all that. Quite aggressive entry there. I mean, it doesn't look here as if Bruno's going to be going just for the safety. This is very good apex speed so far, I must say.
Yeah. This was Dick Simon's penultimate 500 start at the age of 53. He started 6th and he finished 6th.
Very good top speed, way over 230 mph. Very good apex speeds. I must say that I'm really surprised. I was expecting Bruno to have probably a bit more of a conservative approach, but this looks very quick.
This looks great. Yeah, it's really, really good.
Could it be that he feels, well, I want to give it a proper go. Now that there's fewer laps.
43.580.
Risky but quick.
That's the 8th quickest opening lap. That's very good for Bruno.
206.517. Very, very good opening lap.
Not leaving anything on the table.
Nope.
Good line here, not to overheat the tires, even if it's slower. But yeah, I mean, if you're forcing them on the first lap, then you obviously have to cool them down later. So Like I said,
I think
regularity
he has already
here is
overheated them because he had to back off for turn 4. Slower
yeah,
lap
this
now.
was slower.
Ooh, yeah, it was very high there.
Let's see if he can recover on the subsequent laps.
That's a nice line through these 2 turns. But the thing is, if you have overheated the tires too much in these corners, you might pay dearly for it now. Whoa, that was aggressive entry if there is any. But it might work, it might actually work. It might actually work, let's see, because this is the deciding moment. Oh, that wall!
Oh no!
Oh, yeah, from the apex you could see that it was going to end very close to the wall. And is he waving out?
He is. He's waving off.
Yep. Shame, because otherwise that run was not bad.
He must have instantly sensed that something wasn't right with the car.
Mm-hmm.
So this is our 3rd wave off.
Yeah, it's only good that we're ahead of time.
Yeah, no kidding, because it gives us a chance for those who need to make runs again. And his teammate, Luciano Rocha, is heading out of the garage right now. Luciano had some good runs last year in the 78 series.
Yep. Like many of our Brazilian drivers, they are very much used to the culture of American racing. That's very important there. And they have had so many national stars shine in the IndyCar series. I mean, latest of them you can think of Helio Castro Neves.
Yes.
So there's a big following there in Brazil for this IndyCar series, and I think it's no surprise that we have so many Brazilian friends here racing with us this year and enjoying this series.
Not a name that immediately springs to mind when you speak of Brazilian American drivers is Raul Boesel.
Yep. Coming down the front straightaway now, starting his qualifying run.
Not a huge top speed, I must say. Again, probably a bit of a long gear ratio. Car is loose, clearly loose. I mean, he's struggling with it here in cold tires. He'll be settling in as the stint progresses. Very aggressive corner entry there.
Juha, do drivers have to ask to be put in the line at the end?
Yes. That's correct. That was asked in the forum in the rules.
Okay.
So 44.6 was the first lap of Luciano.
So that's a reminder to those who haven't done it yet. Please post on the forum if you want to try again.
Again, throwing the car to the corner, but not being able to bring it down to the apex. Probably another case of a driver's surprise, as happened to myself and others by the slightly different conditions on the track today.
Yeah, the track doesn't feel the way it normally does.
No, it doesn't. Although in this case, in the direction of understeer.
201.356 miles per hour. His average to this point, 201.441. Is down the front straightaway.
Coming closer every time you go there.
44.475.
getting confidence. We're seeing this in several drivers. I mean, they are adapting quickly to the condition.
202.361. Average speed to this point, 201.776.
.49.
202.274. The average for the 4 laps, 201.755. That slots him in 13th on the grid for Luciano Rocha, teammate to Bruno Chacon. And now a name that we're very familiar with in oval racing circles. You'll pardon the pun. Dana Schurer. It's good to see her on track with us, because real life has gotten in the way of some of her activities recently, but very good to see her here with us, driving the leader card racing March 87C Cosworth.
A favorite of all the ladies in the chat, always.
Always.
Waiting for her.
Driving Randy Lewis's car.
Very accomplished oval racer. I've had the pleasure to race against her a lot. Formerly, when we did USAC 73 and in other championships, it's always great to race her.
Yeah, she's a very fair, very clean racer.
Although she won't give you anything.
No. You have to earn an overtake on Dana. No question about it.
All right, decent speed coming out of the stern. Not a huge top speed here. See how this pans out. Apex is decent. Bit of a late entry here. It keeps the speed well. And from what I can see, I believe this car is lacking top speed.
She's put more wings into it, maybe?
That or the gear ratio, I saw it glance 11,000 RPM. I don't know if some drivers are actually a bit concerned about the engine reliability and they don't want to blow it up.
Maybe. That could be the case. You never know. And 44.467 for her opening lap. That is 202.397.
Improving now, it's a high line, which tells you that's an oversteer car. And then if you try to force it down, you could easily spin. 220 mph this time on the backstretch, which is a bit quicker, but not as quick as the cars who are doing, well, around 230. It's still an improvement, and this time, I mean, the whole second section was very smooth. Let's see, that's 44.4.
.402 miles per hour. Average to this point is 202.4 dead. Which would put him 14th on the grid. That's where he's trending at the moment. Or she's trending, sorry. My apologies.
That was a good third turn.
Very good. Now into the fourth turn. Into the first turn once again. 44.530, 202.11. Average to this point, 202.303.
Yeah, I'll tell you one thing. If you weren't looking at the clock that is showing those bit slower laps than other drivers, I mean, the driving, the lines, and everything is perfect. So it's even hard to tell what she's losing speed. I think it's a matter of the top speed in backstretch. Because the turns are flawless.
Coming down for the final lap now to complete the run. 44.366. 202.858. The average this to the 4 laps is 202.489. That slots are in 12th. And now we have a third Penske running. This is the car that won the race historically.
And put about in, but we had a question from one of our viewers about the track itself. I believe it's in-house made, isn't it?
Oh yes, it's done from scratch by us. And it reflects the 87 race more or less accurately. I mean, everything, the grandstands, the pit exit, the Armco, all those things, they try to reflect properly how the track looked back then. I mean, you got the safety track end, of course, which is part of the mod. And if you look at the track, you will see also the safety trucks. They are the proper ones that were a special edition from Dodge for that year.
Probably part of the deal that Chrysler got for having the pace car.
Yep. So
Certainly.
here comes Francisco Moral. Not the huge exit speed, but let's see, because that car is all over the place, and it could be that once the tires are warm, it settles in.
We'll see.
Bit of late entry here. This one is closer to the correct apex and quite good in that. But it's, whoa, he seems to be really fighting that car. Top speed is okay, it's 230 on the backstretch, but he missed this one.
Oh man, this is
high.
the apex right out by the wall. Was lucky to save it. Coming back to turn 4 now. Off at the turn.
Yeah, so to explain a bit the technique, what you want is in turn 1 and turn 3, when you are coming from very high speeds, you want a long apex. You want to bring the car down, hack the apex a lot for a decent time, then go up, and this one should be a much shorter apex, the one that he's going through now. This is when you kiss and immediately go out very quickly, release the car because you are in preparation for a long straight.
203.316 was the speed on that lap for the first opening lap, and we'll see what he's going to get for the second lap.
Okay, this one was much better. You can see that was a long apex, and this is a kissed one. And indeed, the clock so far shows an improvement. I think that's the time that the tires... Okay, nice. That's already 43s.
43.09.06. 204.983 miles an hour. Average to this point, 204.150.
He missed it here a bit and had to force the car down. But it might work, depends on how the tires are. But look at this at the next turn. I mean, if he does the long apex here, he will be well set for the following corner. That's the apex that you want, but it's a bit high.
A little bit on the high side, yeah.
Yeah, and this one, kiss it briefly, you're out for the wall and at the maximum speed for a stretch, and the exit speed was indeed very good.
This will likely be his best lap, and it is 43.882, 205.095 is average to this point, 204.187. And it looks like he's going to slot in about 11th on the grid right now. In reality, Alan Sr. started 20th in this car and went on to win.
Yeah, because this is a race where anything can and usually does happen.
Yes. And this is a track that historically favors experience, which is another reason probably why Big Al won in 1987. Run is complete. 44,172, 203.749. The average to the 4 laps, 203.851. That's 11th on the grid.
And here comes another very quick, very smooth driver, and a great guy all around. Former 1988 IndyCar champion with us, Mr. Jakob Fredriksson from Sweden.
Just some news from the paddock. It seems Gallies are withdrawing the number 11 at car. KO?
Oh. KO is not going to be making another attempt.
No.
Correct.
So you're shouldering all the responsibilities of getting at least one car in the grid.
No. Well, that means I have more mechanics working on my car.
You got all the attention of your team.
More pressure. This, if I'm not mistaken, this is the Hardy's car that was upside down, right?
When the accident of the loose wheel?
Might have been.
Okay.
I can't remember.
I'm pretty sure whatever the case that Jakob is going to be making a much better use of it.
Yeah.
Here he comes, he's on it.
And he's...
Oh no, he crashes right off the bat. Oh no. Oh my goodness.
That's
Broadcaster course again.
dear me. Oh.
What happened there? You just
That
the back
was
end
not the
just
apron. It's just that the car was so loose. I mean, he was really going for it, and the car was so loose that he lost it on corner entry.
All right. Well, that brings us to another real
Cold
threat.
tires probably caught him up. Like I said, well, when I did my run, I was very scared in the first lap because my car was rather loose already, and it became so much looser. So probably that's also the same thing that has happened to Jakob.
Well, we've got one more car before the end of this run, or the end of this stint, and that is David Jakes.
Yep, that's another heavyweight.
Coming out of the pits now, you'll note the attention to detail that David Saber paid when he was modeling these cars. We've got red front wheels and blue rear wheels on this car to
And
match the
and
way
they
it
always
actually looks.
tasty Domino's pizza delivery.
Yes, 30 minutes or less, or it's free.
The car in the hands of Alonso Jr. in real life.
Yes. And
March 87 Cosworth.
And in real life, the car finished in 4th place.
And if little Al, my son, would have done the whole series instead of sharing car with me, this would have been the proper occasion to also pair father and son, no?
Mm-hmm.
Like Alonso Jr. and Senior, same as Wright, Riddle, and Grant are doing. He's on it now.
Yep, he is.
Nice apex speed so far for this opening lap. Gaining speed quickly on the backstretch. This is going to hit 230. It does. 231. Comes now long apex. You can see it here clearly. And here should be a brief one. There you go. Out for that wall. As close as you dare. And down.
Looking very good. 43.275 to open this run. 207.972.
Again, long apex here. Don't botch the entry here. It's maybe a bit late. Maybe he just doesn't want to compromise the heat on the tires. But he's improving. He got a big chunk on this first sector. 0.157 of a second less. There he goes again. Aggressive entry. Long apex with the rear nearly sliding. Whoa, big chunk of time again.
Into turn number 4.
Maybe viewers didn't appreciate it, but I tell you that he was hanging the tile right out there, leaning absolutely on the rear right. Whoa!
42.998.
We were not expecting less from David Jakes.
209.702 miles per hour. The average to this point, 208.8 3-7. Down the back straightaway. Past all the campers. Into turn number 3.
Long apex,
Oh!
releases the card. I was about to say it releases the card a bit early, and yeah, that's indeed. But if you don't take risks, no gains.
No. Crosses the
even
line.
quicker.
42.
Here.
8-8-2.
Late entry here, but it works for him because the apex speed was very good. Not improving so far, but at least keeping the consistency. And I'm pretty sure I'm going to be bumped out of the 3rd position by this one.
We'll see. He's trending 4th at the moment.
Improving. Whoops. Got very close there, risking it, but this is going to be a great run. There you go.
42-8-4-5 at the end. I don't see a number for the 3rd run. Or the 3rd.
Still entering that.
Okay. Cool. So the average for the 4 laps, 208.941. He comes in 4th, so he didn't get you, Alberto.
Oh, well, I did not a single lap in 42s, but I was, I think, very, very consistent in the low 43s.
All right, so that means...
like we said, look at that. I mean, it's a matter of consistency.
Yeah. So, as it happens, we are way ahead of schedule. By more than 15 minutes. Pretty staggering, actually. I would have expected us to... we've had... I'm going to look at the provisional grid right now and read it off to you. Provisional grid, as of now, Adam Hackman is on the pole with a speed of 210.311 miles per hour. In second is Richard Coxon, speed 209.155. Third is Alberto Ibañez, 209.060. Fourth is David Jakes with a speed of 208.941. Fifth, Vadim Tasiak with a speed of 208.332. Sixth, Anders Nilsson with a speed of 208.199. Seventh is Juha Boss with a speed of 047. Ninth is Ray Radal with a speed of 207.537. Ninth is Lewis Stevens with a speed of 206.214. 10th is August Watring with a speed of 205.728. 11th, David Saber, 204.082 miles per hour. 12th, Francisco Amaral, 203.851. 13th, Grant Radal with a speed of 203.689. And we're very glad to have her back. Dana Schurer in 14th, 202.489 miles per hour. 15th is Raul Ureb with a speed of 202.399. 16th, Luciano Rocha, 201.755. And rounding out the field so far, in 17th is Jules Bouchard with a speed of 194.243. Incomplete attempts. David Yunt, K.O. McKeels, myself, Bruno Chacon, and Jakob Fredriksson. 3 of those were crashes, 2 were wave-offs. We have many, many cars yet to qualify for the race. And the server is open at this point, so I suppose this is a good time to go to the trivia question. Let's see if any of you can get this one right. Trivia question 2. So, the trivia question was, Offenhauser has won the most Indy 500s as an engine manufacturer, 27. Who is second on this list? A, Chevrolet, B, Cosworth, C, Honda. Time's up. What do you guys think?
I don't know. Maybe let's go with Honda, just for the sake of being wrong.
What was the first option again?
You're correct. It is Honda.
Oh!
With 14 wins. First
All
option.
right.
First option was Chevrolet.
Yeah. I think Honda powered it during a lot of the Indy Racing League times, nearly as a sole engine. So that's what basically led me to think that it could have been that one.
All right. So, seeing as we are very, very ahead on time, what is the what the admins plan to do? We'll start.
Yeah, we're going now for the 15 minutes break. In any case, you can put the documentary. Then I'm going to take over for Richard Coxon as clerk of the course, and we can then go on with that. I'm going to also exit the server and come back as spectator. And I'd recommend that only the drivers who are going to be here for the stint are actually on track. Okay?
Okay. All right. Well, we'll go with our 15-minute break then. We're going to show you a short archival film talking about the actual race. Please stay right where you are. We'll be back in just a little bit.
Right. This.
With Penske looking for a record 6th Indy victory as a car owner, and Unser, a race-savvy veteran behind the wheel, this team will give some of the favorites a scare. With Unser safely qualified in the middle of the 7th row, Penske has decided to pull Danny Sullivan from the starting grid to re-qualify with a different chassis. It's a gamble that gives the 1985 champion a quicker machine and a better chance to win. The second weekend of time trials also focuses on the goals of veteran Gordon Johncock, returning to the Indy Wars after 2 years of retirement.
The first thing is get in the race. You know, have a safe qualifying speed, not go out there and have to extend yourself so far that you're going to end up in a wall or spin or something, because if you do that, it's probably, at this stage of the game, it's too late on the second weekend if you wreck a car and you don't have a good backup car that you haven't run, and if you put it in the fence, you're out of the race.
The two-time 500 winner puts himself in the race without incident. A much better month than Tom Sneva experiences, twice kissing the wall before qualifying 22nd. Rookie Davy Jones has been racing for 17 of his 22 years. In a car adjusted by owner A.J. Hoyt, Jones qualifies the 10th fastest machine in the field and is the swiftest rookie. With 33 road warriors on the totem pole and time running out, there are still more in line, determined to conquer the world's most demanding racetrack. The center of attention becomes a rookie named Dominic Dobson, who is on the bubble, the first man to be eliminated if his speed is topped. Dobson can do nothing but wait and watch and worry. With just 34 minutes until qualifying is complete, Steve Chassis becomes Dobson's tormentor, aiming to replace him in the field. A happy team watches Chassis bump Dobson for spot number 33. But later, Chassis finds himself on the bubble. Chassis speed holds up, and the grid is complete for the 71st running of the late Tony Holman's dream come true, the Indianapolis 500. Covered by more photojournalists than any other annual sporting event in the world, the 500 has provided a month of action, thrills, and excitement. They have photographed 21 separate accidents, more than the grand total of the previous 2 years. Now, before race day, they have one final event to witness, a unique pit crew contest featuring the teams of Roberto Guerrero, A.J. Foyt, Mario Andretti, and Bobby Rahal. So, drop the green and gun the machine. Then, over the wall in no time at all. Scramble and tumble, but don't ever fumble. And give first prize to the Andretti guys.
Gentlemen, start your engine.
This is Tony Holland in the command.
For the 71st time in auto racing history, the most spectacular and dramatic moment in all sports. 33 cars rumbling with expectation. In front of an estimated 400,000 excited fans. And roaring wheel to wheel into turn one. Pole sitter Mario Andretti escapes the path and avoids what could have been a major problem. A spin in the first turn puts drivers under caution, but does not seriously affect any of the pre-race favorites. For most of the early going, the fiery red rocket of Andretti seems to be in a race of its own, untouchable. Proving Mario correct when he called it the best car I've ever had here. But the question remains, will the man who has finished only 3 of these spectaculars since winning it in 1969 end his jinx? Will Mario's Indy luck finally improve?
No problems at all for Mario Andretti.
For 150 laps, some 30 drivers become the hunters. Andretti, the hunted. It is the most awesome and challenging test of precision in all of sports. And in 1987, nerves are at the breaking point, and the rate of attrition is soaring.
It was just an ignition problem. It happened really after our first stop.
I feel if the engine would have stayed together, we'd have been around at the end with a Hardy Special. And I think anybody that's around at the end of the day is going to be in the top 10, maybe the top 5.
Then, with less than 25 laps till the checkered flag, disappointment again bites Mario Andretti. A fuel system failure floods the engine. Slowly and painfully, Mario's masterful month grinds to a halt. For 22 days and 177 laps, Mario Andretti has been unchallenged. But after an impossibly long pit stop, the problems take their toll, and the red number 5 is in serious trouble. But is still able to continue racing. Surging into the lead is Roberto Guerrero, 20 laps away from the biggest triumph of his career. His wife Katie knows, with Andretti having lost time in the pit and many of the favorites in the garage, Roberto is driving the fastest car on the speedway.
And Guerrero is flying. Make no mistake about it. Guerrero is flying.
But on lap 182, fate frowns on the 28-year-old driver from Colombia. As Guerrero receives fuel, he knows his closest competitor, Al Unser, is a lap behind. But he also knows he has a problem. He cannot take his car out of gear. When Guerrero's engine dies, Danny Sullivan encourages Penske teammate Unser as the problems in the leader's pit multiply. When Guerrero's crew hurriedly tries to push him out, their attempt is futile. And looking much like visitors from another planet, they frantically race after the now lifeless car. While Guerrero loses valuable time, Unser rockets into the lead. When the Guerrero machine is finally rolled out, he is passed and then lapped by the yellow blur of Al Unser.
And Guerrero is back in action. But your race leader is Al Unser.
The man who was unemployed when he came here in early May is sitting out front, a full lap ahead of Guerrero. As Guerrero battles back to pass Unser and join the lead lap, it seems unimportant. Until suddenly, with but 8 laps to go, Andretti's injured machine limps to a halt, bringing out the yellow flag and allowing the trailing cars to bunch up behind Al Unser for a restart. Given the opportunity, Guerrero tries his best to overtake the 6-lap cars between himself and the leader. Bettenhausen, Rutherford, Al Unser Jr., Barbaza all fall to Guerrero. But can he reel in the big one? Remains. Less than 5 seconds separate Guerrero from the Penske car. It is, however, too much to overcome. And Al Unser Sr., after starting in 20th position, roars to the checkered flag. With his victory, Unser now joins A.J. Foyt as the only 4-time winners of this greatest of all racing events.
I'll tell you, it's hard to put in words. It's just a great, great feeling. I'm sitting in the car and I tell myself I can't believe this is really happening today. And between everything, I think this one is a lot more gratifying because of the circumstances that are occurred during the month, but yet it's just a great feeling to be able to win. But I think this one's harder and nicer.
When this quest for excellence is over, Guerrero finishes second. Rookie of the Year, Fabrizio Barbaza third, and Al Unser Jr. fourth. But the triumph and the tributes of 1987 belong to Al Unser. At 48, the oldest Indy winner and proud victor of this, the 71st Indianapolis 500.
in a moment.
Okay, so we're back live again. And we're going to use advantage of the fact that we are so far ahead to get as many people qualified as possible, and the bumping will occur, which is always the most tense stuff that happens in the month of May. Question is, do we have the people on the server that we need to have on?
No, we don't. There's still 4 people missing. Simon Watman, Cesarius Lapinski, Mick Chapman, and Christian Dauger.
That's what I thought.
So we're giving a few more minutes also because we still have 3 or 4 left. Maybe they were expecting to... Well, it's not to run that much ahead.
No, I'm sure they weren't. I'm sure they weren't expecting us to run this far ahead. Because there's been quite a few. If I look at the list in the provisional grid, let's see here. In the provisional grid, there are 17 cars that have qualified. There were 5 that were crashes or wave-offs, and if you add those together, I mean, it's about 5 minutes each. That gives you about a half an hour right there.
It does.
So we're going to have to wait and see who's going to show up here. I'll reveal the third trivia question while we wait.
There is Mick Chapman.
Trivia question number 3. Firestone tires have won the Indy 500 the most times at a staggering number of 72 wins, with Goodyear in a distant second with 29 wins. Who's third on this list? Is it A, Michelin, B, Dunlop, or C, BF Goodrich? It's likely to be a head scratcher. So the interesting part about the end of this, I think, guys, is going to be how slow can you go to make the field? Because people who had difficulties on the first run are not going to want to chance it too much on the second run.
That's how many risks do you want to take to get in?
Yeah. How many risks are you willing to take? Exactly. So we will definitely see. I love the detail that you guys put into this track. I love the live from Indianapolis slide, which is obviously from ABC Sports. It's great.
We now have Simon Watman who's entered the server, and we're just waiting for Cesarius and Dauger to join us. They are around.
Hurry up and wait.
Of course, at one point we're going to have to make a decision.
Yeah, because we are approaching 21:05 now.
Yes.
Am I correct?
We are. We just passed it. Let me quickly check if either of those drivers has checked the forum recently. Neither of them have, so that's unfortunate for them, but we will move on and they can join us at the back of the queue.
Okay.
So if you are ready to go, then so am I.
Our next
Just need to
qualifier.
make sure our track marshal is present, so I can take over if needed.
Okay.
I'll move us to qualifying. And the first person to hit the track will be, I think it's Simon Watman.
Simon Watman, yes.
Okay, that's oops.
That's right in time,
Sorry.
Alberto. You can call Simon to the track.
I know. It's just that my game has freeze for a moment.
So is mine.
Yeah, okay. That's now.
This will, of course, put us ahead again because we are missing 2 drivers.
Yeah. So we keep being ahead of schedule.
Right. Just called Simon. Yes, sorry, but that's a bit of lag in the game.
I will move those 2 drivers to the back.
Well, actually, we don't want him to leave until the red until it's gone green, because if he leaves before it goes green, the lap won't count. He can come out on the pit lane if he wants. This is one of the rare March 85C Cosworths with the really bulbous nose. I don't believe it's the second attempt for those drivers.
Okay, Simon's now on the track.
There he is. And here's the noise, okay. Simon driving one of the oldest cars in the field. It'll be interesting to see if he can get this thing up to speed.
Simon always absolutely loves the underdogs. I mean, you can be sure that he's going to be, if given the choice, he's going to usually be picking the worst possible car of all, because
he does.
He absolutely loves the challenge. That's a true sportsman, mind you.
Yeah, this is a very old design. Heading down the front straightaway now. Taking the green flag is Simon Watman.
You can see quite slow speeds at the apex for this car. Not a lot of grip in it, obviously. Not a lot of top speed either.
Coming off the 4th turn to complete his first lap in this session. And 47, 473, 189, 581 miles per hour. That's the 22nd fastest opening lap.
Yeah, he's improving now, so the car is slowly starting to heat up.
Los Angeles drywall. I doubt the car is made of drywall. Oh man, he's wiggling a lot, like as he comes off corners, like he's trying to keep the car under control.
And how technology progresses, as this car 2 years ago was absolutely the hot dog to have.
46, big improvement, 46,899. 191.902 miles per hour. His average is 190.742. Amazing how much bulkier this car looks than all the others.
Yeah, design evolved a lot, especially in terms of aerodynamic downforce from the other body and all that. So, coming to his third lap, I'm not sure if this is going to be an improvement. No, it's not.
No, it's not actually. 47.085. 191.144 miles per hour. His average to this point is 190.489. Comes through the corner one more time. North chute into the south chute. Consistent line. We'll say that.
Consistent, yes.
Yeah.
In that regard, very consistent.
Probably going to be among the people in danger of being bumped, but completes the run, 46.890.
Okay, wait a moment, because Cesaris is not here.
Yep. And that completes the run of, at speed on that lap was 191.939. The average for the 4 laps, 190.688. And he slots in 18th on the grid.
Okay, so since Cesaris is not here, we'll have to skip to Angel May.
Angel May. So the next car to qualify, a fan favorite. President of the Dave Miller fan club. And I know there are a lot of people on the YouTube chat who are going to be cheering Angel on. Angel pulling out of the garage. Apparently, you got to go the other way. Got to turn sharp.
It's okay. She just needs to turn more to the left.
Sharp left. Let's go. Yep. All right. This is a March 86C Cosworth, so not a... She's making some last-minute adjustments here. Oh, she's going back to the garage. Apparently she...
Maybe she realized she got the wrong setup?
It's possible, because when the server resets, you may need to pick the setup again. That's definitely a possibility. So maybe she found that she had the wrong setup. But she hasn't left the garage yet, so we'll give her another shot here to get out of the garage and onto the track. Here she goes. Heading out of Gasoline Alley. Yes, go, 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 Miss Angel. Barry Lynn Wilson definitely cheering on Angel May, as she's now on the pit lane. Wastes no time getting onto the track, avoids the apron. That's been my move too. I don't want to hang the car on that apron too long. So this is a pretty garden variety chassis, a March 86C with a Cosworth. It should be a reliable package. And if Angel's done her homework, she should be able to make it into the field, I would think.
Mm-hmm. Taking it easy on cold tires now.
I think that might be what's catching some people off guard. A couple things. One, the track is different than it's been all week. Some people have noted it on the YouTube chat. It just feels different. Temperature's different, so the grip is different. The other thing is that people may have underestimated how much time and how much effort it takes to get used to these cars and to get them in the space they're supposed to be.
So very high line for her, but the car is making good turn speeds, which seems to indicate that the setup is safe and dialed to be high. Here very to the inside, but with a consistent line here, and well, I must say she's bettering so far Simon's time by a full second. So this is going to be, I guess, a decent lap in the 46s.
I would think so. 45.226. Nice lap. Very nice lap to open up.
Bringing the car already a bit more.
199.001, I believe. Yes. 27th fastest lap. Angel's head bobbing about in the car as she negotiates turn 3.
Good line here, hugging the apex as it should be. Rewarded with an improvement of nearly half a second.
Wow. In a year-old car, that's really good.
That's
44.755. 201.095 miles per hour. The average is almost 200 miles an hour exactly. 200.048.
Yep.
Yeah, it looks like she might have...
she was too low for the enter of turn 2.
Coming down the front straightaway now. Completing lap number 3. 45.147. 199.349 miles per hour. The average to this point, 199.466.
Car is rotating widely. Needs to be careful because that rear of the car really looks like wants to escape from below her. I mean, the car goes so high and rotating is quite indicating.
Oh, no.
Is she going to wave
She's going to wave it off. She's going to wave it off, yep.
Yeah,
too bad. That's too bad because that was a good run.
Next up, another entry by AJ Foyt Enterprises. March 86 Cosworth, same car as Angel May was having. This time in the hands of another veteran, Filippo Marazzi.
Yes. Filippo, this is a March 86 T Cosworth, another one. In fact, we're going to have a whole slew of those coming up soon. Out goes Filippo. In reality, this was Fox's. This car was driven by Stan Fox. It was his first Indy 500 start. Filippo was bumped last year, but started after Drexler withdrew. So he has experience at the back of the field with the bumping drama.
Yeah, in terms of human relations, you could always say that AJ Foyt was a hard guy. But he was a noble one in the inside, and one of the things that shows is how much he really cared about giving opportunities to young American drivers. He fielded so many cars giving opportunities to drivers that were actually not really that well known, and in that regard he was an authentic racing school for many.
Yeah. Not unlike Dick Simon.
Smooth line so far, nice apex speeds, I must say. This car looks solid so far. Let's see. Okay. See if the chronometer confirms this. Should be looking at 44s. 44.1.
That is a 203.791 mile per hour lap.
Using all the track here. Light improvement in these two first corners. Bit early maybe this. Improving though. 0.3 of a second better. Let's see if he keeps it up after this turn, because in this case he would be already slotting in the 43s.
We'll see. And there it is, yes, 43.824.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
That was a bit of an early entry. He had to cut it here. Not by a lot, but he had to cut it here. I think it's safe to say that anyone averaging 43s, whatever 43s, even high ones, should be out of the bubble of the bump zone.
Well, he's on pace right now to be 13th. His average so far, 204.579 miles per hour.
It looks solid, it goes well, but I feel a slight difficulty of rotating it at the apex. It seems to be at the exit what is hampering him. You can see here it slides up.
Yep. 44.247, 203.404 miles per hour. He's averaging 203.924 miles per hour. He's on his final lap. And the final lap comes in at 43.723, 205.841. His average for the 4 laps is 204.534. That slots him in 11th place. Nice job. Nice job.
Yeah, big improvement from last year.
I was watching him on the server before, and he was really having a hard time controlling the car, so he must have made some adjustments between last night and now.
Mm-hmm. So that's now Brian Janik heading out of the garages. Cesarius Lapinski just joined us. So Juha, let me know when you want me to call him out. I think he's still on the spreadsheet for you in this stint.
Well, I can always put him there. That doesn't mean that the qualifying wasn't locked, so we apologize for that inconvenience. Have you already called the next driver?
Yes, Brian Janik is on track now.
Yeah, you can call him after that.
Okay.
It doesn't matter because they're all there anyway.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, here's another of our very quick drivers, Brian Janik.
Yes.
We really need to introduce the Detroit Demon.
No, we do not. He's consistently quick in all formulae. And I would expect him, even though he did just glance the wall there, I would expect him to turn in a good run.
Yeah, quite good exit speed here. Was already glancing the 200 mph at the exit of the corner. And bang, down the main straight. Going in. Let's see. Bit of a high line over the apex, which is the normal thing that we are seeing. Also happened to me at the beginning.
Moves off a turn 2.
Touch. Yes. Let's see the top speed here in the backstretch. It's 232.
Wow.
I would wager he is using low wings.
Very low wings. He glances the wall again, just briefly, but not enough to do any damage, I don't think. Comes off the corner. Good arc. Let's see what lap number 1 is going to be for Brian Janik. Coming to the line. 43.385.
Very similar to the first opening lap of David Jakes, I think.
Yeah. 207.445 miles per hour.
And this car is warming up, I tell you.
Yeah, he's not done yet. He's going to be going faster. Coming to turn 3 into the south chute. Again, very close to the wall.
Very close indeed.
Turn 4. Comes off the corner.
Not leaving anything on the table.
Nope.
As usual in him. And yeah, 42.
Wow. 42.983.
Doing a very similar run to David Jakes.
200.
There was no improvement here, but let's see.
209.385 miles per hour. The average to this point is 208.415. If he keeps this up, he's going to be in the top 5.
Mm-hmm. Brings the car down to that long apex, but not that down.
Once again, very close to turn to the wall in the north chute.
I think...
Oh, he clocked the wall there.
Yeah. This one is slower. I was about to say that. Yeah, it's still
43, 2, 1, 3.
And I think these next corners are going to tell us if he has damage and wants to weigh off. No, he seems he's going to carry on.
Yep.
Oh, the car is reasonably quick. I mean, he's very close to his best lap so far. Needs to be careful now.
Once again, very close to the wall, but it doesn't touch it this time. Coming off of turn number 4. Crosses the line. 43.009 for his final lap.
That's no doubt sufficient.
No, he's in the show solidly. No question about it.
I'll add the times immediately.
That should put him from the mid of the grid upwards.
6th, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, he's 6th with a speed of 208.291. It's very solid. Very, very good run. Now,
next up, the green car.
Yeah, and green cars are not lucky.
Skowal Bandit 33 in the hands of Mr. Cesarius Lapinski. Again, a very quick driver.
Won our 500 last year.
Yep. One that really prepares his races very well.
And is very, very sensitive to adjustments in cars. He fine-tunes these things like violins. So here comes Cesarius Lipinski out of turn 4 to take his qualifying run. He's on it.
And very aggressive entry, and again, as you can see with so many drivers, highline.
Mm-hmm.
Highline also here, that's indicating cold tires and not willing to really force it down yet.
Yeah. So far, he's having a happier month than Tom Sneva had in this car.
Yep. Good top speed at the backstretch, 232. But not a great lap time so far. Let's see what happens here. But I get the feeling that this is a setup that needs to really sink in.
Mm-hmm. We'll see.
Yeah, 44.3.
Yep. That comes in at 203.092 miles per hour.
Now it's starting to improve. But again, look at this. I mean, I think he missed the entry of turn 2 here.
Mm-hmm.
Happening to many drivers, and I'm pretty sure it's all about the different conditions of the track. Very aggressive entry here, throwing the car and yet not capable of bringing it down to the apex.
Although he does bring it down quite well now, and coming off, he blocks the wall a little bit on turn 4 exit.
44.4.
202.621, average to this point, 202.856 miles per hour. So he doesn't want any more wall bangers like that. He wants to keep it clean, if he can.
Yep. About to complete now the third lap. Again, very high apex. I don't think he's happy with the car at this point, really. No. This is going to be the third lap. Reached the wall already twice. This car is naked in the straight. I don't know if he's going to soldier on. Let's see.
44.128. 203.952 miles per hour. The average to this point is 203.3. He's soldiering on.
Oof.
Grazes the wall there.
Well, at this point, I guess if he believes he's in the show.
The car is solidly in if he can keep it going.
Exits again.
Oh man, that exit. He's going to take the run.
Going to take it, yeah.
Crosses the line 44.818 with a speed of 200.812 miles per hour. The average for the 4 laps, 202.515 miles per hour. All right, next up, someone we haven't seen in a while.
Former Indy winner.
Yep.
On the 88 mod. Big Chapman. He's, I don't know what he's doing. He's warming up, rubbing the engine.
He's also in a March 85C.
Yes.
Cosworth.
2 years old car chassis. Cosworth engine anyway. But yeah, I mean, way less downforce for these cars here. And here is a car that will be basically fighting it out with Simon Watman, and the other one's equipped with these older chassis.
He came very, very close to over-revving the engine there.
He's doing strange things here to warm up.
Mm-hmm. Warming the tires, going back and forth.
Very slow on the backstretch.
Yeah,
really easy, really easy.
Yeah, he's taking his time getting ready to go.
I mean, at this point, he's probably only in front of the safety car. Oh, what's that?
Whoa, no! Mick has spun the car, glanced the wall, and now the inside wall, and that's going to be the end of that run, unfortunately. Oh, boy. Before he even got a chance to go. All right, so next qualifier. Jason Whitehead.
Actually, he requested to start later, so that will be John Tim.
All right, so we're going to John Team then. And I do not see John Team on this. Oh, there he is.
Yeah, he's yeah.
March 87. C. Cosworth. This is Jose Lagarza's car.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't this the car that had a very interesting start of the race?
Yes, it did. Yes, it did.
Coming out of turn 4, not at the hugest speed I've seen. But let's see. It's 220, 21. Not a great top speed, no. High line here. Good entry to turn 2. And this is now going to be a good exit. And let's see what the top speed of this car is once it stretches its
Yeah,
legs.
once he gets to the end of the straightaway here. See
Oh
what
my
he's got.
goodness. Whoa. I mean, he was nearly hitting the end of the rev counter at only 222 mph. So he better not be able to go that much quicker, or we will see one engine blowing over the grandstands.
Yeah, we don't want to see that. Crosses the line. 44.620.
Yeah, lots of
201.
The apex speed is decent.
201.703. His average so far is just that, and he is going to be slotting in 23rd with a pace like that.
Big improvement here so far.
Yeah, coming off the turn, looking really nice.
Yep.
Top of the line equipment here for John Team as he crosses the line. 44,181. 203. Big improvement. 203.7. 07 miles per hour. The average to this point, 202,705.
Getting confidence on the car now. You can tell that by the driving.
Mm-hmm.
Good here, good exit. Close to the wall. And they should be maybe 43 something?
No. 44.2. 44.2. That brings him 203.574. His average to this point, 202.661. Was that someone joining the server just as he was coming up?
That was Christian
Christian Doge, which is actually right in time for him to put in an attempt.
Yep.
All right.
I hope that didn't disturb John Team. I don't think it was a case because he was on the straight already.
No.
So...
203.943 in that final lap. His average 202.753, and that puts him in 16th for the race. So, Christian Dauger, right on time. Driving Gore Racing. This is Gary Bettenhausen's car, if I'm not mistaken.
I think it was, yes. There he goes. 5-spoke wheels in this car. Same as I believe in your Gallus Racing Team cars.
Yeah, mine are going to require some polishing before I go back out there. On the right-hand side.
What are the pit crew for if not for that?
Yeah, I know. And here's another guy who's taking his time getting out of the pits.
Maybe he has problems with the clutch. That's in second gear. Picking a speed now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he wants to basically comply with the rules. He's respecting the yellow line.
That only applies in the race.
Come on, we all have gone over the yellow line.
Yeah.
For one person that at least respects it.
Okay, we'll take it.
Hey, well, he's picking speed now.
Christian Dauger hails from France.
Veteran driver.
Mm-hmm. Has raced with us in a variety of formulae over the years.
Yeah, not a great exit speed here. Let's see if he gets some confidence. I guess that going into the server and all of a sudden being told to go to track maybe makes him a bit nervous.
That would make anyone a little bit jittery.
Yep.
Is he shifting?
I believe he has such a long gear that he's in fourth actually. But I don't know if he's going into fifth now. Probably. He is.
Yes, there he is. He goes into fifth.
All right.
And he shifts right near the apex. Oh, whoa! Oh, shoot! Oh, no!
You don't shift.
Oh, man, he upset the car and he's against the wall. Shoot! And he is not happy.
Well, so everybody on this part of the grid has already made the run.
Mm-hmm.
speed, waving off, crashing, or whatever. So I think we're finished with this one, and we should be now getting ready for the next bunch of people.
Yes. So
More
it's
break
time.
here.
It is, I believe, time for the last trivia question to be revealed. So I'll go ahead and do that now. And the trivia question was, Firestone have won the most Indy 500s at a staggering 72, with Goodyear in second with 29. Who is third on this list? Is it Michelin, A, Dunlop, B, or is it BF Goodrich, C? All right, time's up. What do you guys think?
I go with Dunlop. I don't remember Michelin racing there.
Okay, what about the others?
I'm in the same boat generally, that I think Dunlop is the only likely case. I believe maybe Goodrich has done a few races, but I don't think they've done enough to beat what Dunlop may have come up to.
Juha?
I actually missed the answers, sorry.
Michelin, Dunlop, or BF Goodrich?
Goodrich, then.
You saying Goodrich?
Yes.
That is correct! Goodrich! Which means that the rest of you are wrong. Sorry.
Someone
we lost to a better man.
Yep. All right. So back to the game. So we have the server is open, and we're going to wait. Richard Wilkes is the first car that's going to qualify. We've got a little bit of time here. In fact, we got a lot of time.
Yeah, we're well ahead of schedule.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be back in a moment. I will let Little Al know that we are ahead of time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he should know because he's going to be getting into the car in a little while.
Yeah, I think Miller and me are the only ones who are actually next room to another racer, no?
True.
So, be back in a moment.
Okay. All right, so while we're waiting on continuing the proceedings here, I will run through the provisional grid as it stands right now. On the pole right now, as things stand, is Adam Hackman with a speed of 210.311 miles per hour. He's the only one to average 4 laps over 210 miles per hour. In second is Richard Coxon with a speed of 209.155 miles per hour. Third, Alberto Ibañez, 209.060 miles per hour. Fourth, David Jakes, 208.941. Fifth, Vadim Tasiak, 208.332 miles per hour. In sixth is Brian Janik with a speed of 208.291 miles per hour. Give me one moment. In seventh is Anders Nilsson with a speed of 208.199 miles per hour. In eighth is Juha Boss, 208.047 miles per hour. Ninth, Ray Riddall, 537 miles per hour. 10th is Lewis Stevens, 206.214 miles per hour. 11th, August Watring, 205.728. 12th is Filippo Marazzi, 204.534 miles per hour. 13th is David Saber, 204.082 miles per hour. 14th, Francisco Amaral, 203.851 miles per hour. 15th is Grant Riddall, 203.689 miles per hour. 16th is John Team, 202.2753 miles per hour. 17th is Cesarius Lipinski with a speed of 202.515. 18th is Dana Scherer with a speed of 202.489 miles per hour. 19th is Raul Yareb with 202.399 miles per hour. 20th is Luciano Rocha with a speed of 201.755. And the last car qualified, oh, there's two more actually. Then 21st, Jules Bouchard, 194.243 miles per hour. And then the last car qualified, 22nd, Simon Watman with a speed of 190.688. So that is your grid as it stands right now. 22 cars qualified for the race. And the following cars made attempts, did not qualify yet. David Yunt, K.O. McHeels, who has elected not to make another attempt. Myself, Jason White, Bruno Chacon, Jakob Fredrickson, Angel May, Mick Chapman, and Jason Whited.
Now we're now just waiting for Oscar Team to join us, and then we can set off with the next batch.
Excellent.
Oh, now Alan Force has unfortunately left.
Uh-oh.
Wait for him to make a comeback.
And I'm expecting now to have in this bunch of next qualifiers some really heavyweights here, because we got opening the game will be no other than Richard Wilkes, the author of the physics of the mod, and a very quick driver. But then we have some people that have proven to be really quick, even if they have done few races with us lately, like Kyle Bessa, also Peter Lavak. You can always count with him being very quick, and the very own Thiago Canola, the leader of the series, and the one capable of bringing these underdogs, the old year-old chassis, to really amazing speeds.
Yeah, no question about it. We'll see some people playing it very close to the edge, I think, in the next few runs here. And it's going to be interesting because there have been instances in the past where we've gotten to the end of the qualifying session and things have been like crickets. And I don't think it's going to be that case this time. I think we're going to have people scrambling to try to get one more run in.
It's now 5 minutes to go, according to the schedule that we have posted.
Yes, although we're a bit ahead of time, so...
Well, according to your spreadsheet.
Oh, yes, but that was not counting crashes, waves off, and other things which made us win time. So we, if I remember correctly, waiting for Oscar Team to join us.
Yeah.
So I don't see Oscar online on our forum.
There he is.
There he is. He just showed up. Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent. And now if we can see Alan Forster again, then we can set off. He was there a few minutes ago. So.
Yeah. Might be a server issue. Who knows?
And he's driving a very interesting car, so nice to see.
Oh yeah. No, this is the car that we love to see qualify for the race, the blowtorch.
Yeah, that's.
Is he back on now?
No, he isn't. No.
No.
I'll give him a few minutes.
This is really the car to showcase how good the fire and smoke effects in a game are.
Yeah. True.
Yeah, well, we don't have enough laps, unfortunately, for that. Although if we manage to blow in 4 laps, it's quite an achievement.
Yeah, in reality, the car never made the start. It qualified, but it didn't start because there was a fuel leak on the warm-up lap.
Yeah, it got off the grid, but that's about as far as it got.
Poor Ziggy.
So it was only pure coincidence that that fuel leak didn't burn and the whole car became a fireball, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's too bad.
Well, do we wait for Alan to join? Apparently the server isn't locked, so he can still join us later if he can.
Well, Oscar just joined, so.
Oh, I think we can go.
Okay.
I'll move to the next session. Oh, there is Alan Forster. Just when he needs.
Excellent. Excellent.
Do it.
Then we are off.
All right.
Over to you, Alberto.
Okay, I'll wait until the game gives the green light to open the track, and then I'll call the first car. That's going to be our
now it hasn't.
Of Ari Lyondike.
Actually, yeah, it's red right now. We got to wait till it goes green. You're right. Mm-hmm. Thank you for remembering that. That's bit us a couple of times, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, because you're used to letting the game control everything. But since this is such a peculiar qualifying and we're doing everything, we tend to forget that the game has its own times.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Again, we're still synchronizing.
Speaking of animations, one of these years I need to find out how to do all those balloons going up in the air before the start of the race.
And you have to time it with you have to time it when Jim Neighbors goes, "When I dream about the moonlight on the Wabash." You have to time it for just when that happens, because that's when they go up.
I guess all around in the houses, the kids are collecting balloons for the next week.
Yeah. Well, they did a feature, actually, on one of the broadcasts for the 500 on the people who do the balloon spectacle.
Okay.
And it's a lot of work. They spend a full day just inflating balloons, and by the end, they're just exhausted.
Alberto's just given a signal to Richard to hit the track.
Okay. And there he goes.
Now how far do we reckon he can get up the grid?
I'm going to say third.
Thank you.
What? I'm sorry.
Third is me. Do you think he's going to bump me out of that? Okay,
I don't know. We'll see.
I don't mind as long as I finish in the inside line. I don't mind.
Yeah, nobody wants to start on the outside.
No, not here, not with these cars. No.
The worst place to start, if we were doing the 3-wide start, would be in the middle. Nobody wants to do that. All right, so Wilkes is on his way.
Yeah, he's not wasting time. I mean, he's full gas on the backstretch.
Yeah.
Long apex here. Setting up for this crucial turn.
Yep, coming off at turn 4 now.
Not the greatest exit speed, but anyway, let's see what happens here in the main straight.
Mm-hmm.
Picking up speed neatly.
Crossing the line.
230. Stopped here. Long apex. Nicely down there. Off to the wall. Quick entry to this turn, which is the key here for the good exit. This should be a very good one on the backstretch.
Looking good so far for Richard Wilkes.
Looking really good.
Oh, textbook, just fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Comes through turn 4, beautiful, beautiful. You can't
42. Let's see.
You can't get any more textbook than this. 43.414.
Well, look at it even quicker. So good it was.
207.306 for his opening lap. But it was so clean. It was clean as a whistle.
Yep. This one too. It's of course improving. Look at that long apex. That's how you do it.
Mm-hmm.
Really good. 0.2 of a second quicker at this point. Nice exit there using all the track. This is going to be better, that's for sure. Yeah, there you go. 43.096.
208.836 miles per hour. His average to this point, 208.071. This is trending towards 9th position on the grid. But we'll see what he turns in lap 3 here.
Keeps improving. Great exit of this turn. This is going to be even better. I'm sure this is going to slot in 42s. Whee, barely.
Oh. 209.244. His average to this point is 208.207. This is one of the Hemmelgarn cars. There are several in this field. I think there's a 71, an 81, and a 91.
Yups, not leaving anything on the table here. I think he wants that 42.
Off the turn, beautiful. Coming down the front straightaway. Let's see what the time says. 42.963. He just got one. 209.483. The average to the 4 laps becomes 208.267 miles per hour for Richard Wilkes. Very nice run. And that slots him in 7th.
Yeah, you can talk about the speeds, but the driving was absolutely textbook. I mean, not a single fault there. Not a foot wrong, no waving. Brilliant. Very consistent.
And here we have Pablo Perucci, hailing from Brazil, another Brazilian. And he is driving for the Walther team. I believe that's Salt Walther. In real life, this car was bumped. It was driven by Rocky Moran.
Doesn't have much in the way of sponsorship either, does it?
No, they were basically just scraping whatever they had together, obviously. They did not have sponsors. But then that was the case with a lot of cars at times. If a car would come to the track historically in Indy and not have a sponsor, if they qualified well, next thing you know, here comes a sponsor saying, hey, we want your name on our car, our name on your car. You know, so fortunes can change if you qualify well in Indianapolis. Coming down the main straightaway. He's going to take the green flag, start the run. Missed the apex on that turn. Car looks loose. Yeah, he's closer to the line that time, but yeah, the car looked a little bit loose, would you say?
Yeah, it's been a trend today.
Mm-hmm. People with loose cars.
Saying in the chat that the track usage is medium. I don't know if that's the case.
No, it's heavy now.
It's heavy. Okay.
Well, as the track wears on and as the sun gets lower, you would think that the grip would increase.
Yeah, no, well, but to make it fair for everybody, I mean that is not enabled here. I mean it's the same conditions for everybody.
Yeah.
Whatever you see in the screen or that, it's the same conditions for everybody.
45.860, and that's 196.249 miles per hour for his opening lap. That's a dangerous opening lap. Could potentially mean bumpage.
Mm-hmm.
which is the pedigree of this car, unfortunately.
No, he's improving now. So
yeah, he's improving now. Comes off of turn 4. The line looks good.
It does.
Crosses the line 45.935.
Whoops, that was a very late entry.
Yeah. 195.929. Average speed is 196.089. So that was a slower lap. Or actually, no, wait, sorry. It was yeah, it was slower, but he's it's going to be interesting to see what happens here.
He's improving.
Yeah, he's improving, and he's driving a very, if conservative, clean line. Coming down to complete lap number 3, 45.7, which is his best lap so far. 196.751. His average to this point, 196.363 miles per hour. All right, so one more lap, and Pablo Perucci will be in the 500 at least provisionally. It remains to be seen how far down the list he'll go once other cars come through. As you mentioned, we do have some heavyweights coming along. We already saw one in the form of Richard Wilkes.
Yeah, I bet you by the end of this thing, things are going to look different in the top 5.
Yeah, absolutely. Crosses the line 45.660. That's his best lap by far. 197.109. The average 196.453 for the 4 laps, and he qualifies 22nd for the race. Okay. Next up, I believe, is Oscar team.
He is. He's already on the exit lane. Coming out of the pits, now in the track.
There he goes. Oscar team. Now, how is he related to John? I forget.
They are brothers.
They are brothers. Okay, so it will be a brother team qualifying here, possibly. Other brother teams that have qualified for the race, obviously, the Unsers, the Whittingtons.
I think this car was driven by Derek Daly, who moved to my number 10 car after this race.
Oh, that's right.
Drivers were out of action.
That's right, Dennis Firestone. No relation to the tire brand. That's just his name. Heading through turn number 2.
Trying to warm up the tires or what, but he was waving a bit in the straights.
Yeah, a little bit.
Not a lot of top speed for this car, despite the extra power. So big wings probably for it.
And that distinctive Buick sound.
Yeah. Yep.
Which we'll get to hear 2 more times in this session.
Yep.
And we get the Chevy V6 too as well.
Nice number, 44.444.
That's an easy one to score.
Improving now, but I tell you, these cars are very delicate to manage.
They are.
Big
they
power,
are.
But so bulky and the higher center of gravity and all that. So, I mean, make no mistake, what you're seeing here is not a parity of conditions with the other guys with more agile chassis.
Yeah, 202.502 was the speed on that lap for Oscar team. Let's see how he does on lap number 2, which is just about complete. Crosses the line now. 44.471, 202.379 miles per hour. His average to this point, 202.441. Again, Juha, you're doing a great job. This sheet's fantastic.
Yep, it makes your life easier.
Makes my life as a broadcaster a breeze. little bit of contact there.
That's the thing with these cars. I mean, the Apex was textbook. Everything was okay, but that extra weight and inertia brought it to the wall.
Let's see what that does to his time. 44.632. So his slowest lap so far, 201.649 miles per hour. His average to this point, 202.197. So he's going to bring it home here. He's looking to qualify in the high 20s. Or the low 20s, I'm sorry.
Oof.
2, 3. Look out. And 4. Oh, man. Good grief, that was a hairy exit. That was a hairy exit if I've ever seen one. Okay, his final lap comes in at 44.874. 200.562 miles per hour. His average for the 4 laps is 201.925 miles per hour. That qualifies him 21st on the grid.
And here comes what is basically the same car on another livery. This time in the hands of Michael Drexler.
Yep, this is a March 87C Buick from
Kentucky
Hemmelgarn
Fried
Racing.
Chicken for you.
We do chicken right.
We have a pizza competition here today, and it seems that Kentucky is joining the fun to see what's the most tasty food today.
Mm-hmm. Yep, lots of fast food sponsors on cars in this era. So we're waiting for Michael Drexler.
Another full setter.
Fast food. I never realized that one. Okay, that makes sense. I thought it was just a food sponsor, but indeed in the US it's considered a fast food.
Yes.
That's it. Okay.
Number 81, Michael Drexler.
Nice apex here.
Mm-hmm.
Good line.
Yeah, there's only
bulky whale go neatly through the
There's
first.
only 3 Buicks in the field. And then the one stock block Chevy V6 that we're going to hear in a minute. Comes through turn 3. Off the corner. Whoa! Lots of oversteer there, but he corrects and manages to keep it under control. Coming to the line now. 43.894.
That's a great lap in this car. Opening one, really.
205.039 miles per hour. Yeah, that's great for this kind of a car. Oh, he touches the wall just a tiny bit, but probably not enough to do any damage.
Yeah, I think he was feeling that the rear was moving, because otherwise the normal trajectory he was following was really perfect. He had to open it up. This is a very high apex, but the exit speed was not bad. Let's see what happens here in this second lap. Nah.
.204.276. His average to this point is 204.658.
Good line and neat driving. It's just that this bulky car wants to go wherever he wants, not where you want to bring it.
Yeah, lots of weight he's carrying back there.
Yeah,
in the later years of the Buick engine, as he crosses it now, 43.842, 205.283. Average to this point is 204.993. He's doing a lot with that car.
No, I think at this point he has basically guaranteed himself a place in the show. Because 2 laps in 43s and this one looking nice. Okay, I'm not going to say much more, but brings it down nearly to the line. One more corner to go. An open one, but let's see.
Looking really good.
Ah, there you go.
13th.
13th on the grid with an overall 4-lap speed of 205.195. Nice run. All right, next we have
the blowtorch.
The blowtorch.
In the hands of George Snyder, real racer here. For those who don't know, I think everybody will, because we've mentioned it, I think, in all the previous Indianapolis races. George Snyder was the chief mechanic for AJ Foyt and a good friend of him. And AJ Foyt basically rewarded him. I don't know if it was actually part of their deal, but AJ Foyt always rewarded him with allowing him to run, at least, at the very least, in Indianapolis, one of the spare chassis. And sometimes he also did even many more races. But yeah, Snyder was always here joining AJ Foyt in the show.
Yeah, and this car, this engine in particular, is not... It is not of the Ilmore Chevy variety. This is a V6 Chevrolet stock block that was entered for several years by AJ Foyt Enterprises and would not often make the race, but when it did, would run a little bit and then break. Then the car would break or something. But
yeah, and even if the car is peculiar, all the twisting and jiggering that you are seeing in the wheels is actually down to a very different reason.
Yeah, that's
our friend Alan Gamepad Forster. I mean, that's the way he drives, and he's incredibly quick with that. So, okay, those first turn.
He was moving a minute ago, and then he stopped. So I'm not sure what's going on at the moment.
I believe you're currently with Michael Drexler.
Oh, I am. Hang on. Wait, there he is. Sorry, my apologies. Yeah, I forgot. The blowtorch at this point had a blue livery to it as well.
That car is loose. Probably the only way to get it to turn around, but my goodness.
45.766, 196.653.
He's improving now. Let's see.
Slots him in 29th.
Oops.
Oh, look out.
Yeah. He went in too early, and I think it's going to be a way off.
He's still pedaling away. See what he does. No, he's gonna keep going. But this is no doubt.
It's doubtful if that's a good idea, but...
Well, let's see.
Okay, if you have got no damage, then I don't think it matters very much if you do another run to try to get your time, or if you just fight with the bumping people.
Well, the thing is, if he quits now, he's sure to have another run. If he waits to get bumped out by the 8 people who are on their second attempt, he might run out of time.
He could very, very easily run out of time.
Yeah, it could be.
We're already filling up. Yeah, we've only got one more slot there, and there is a chance that someone might be able to sneak in at the last minute if it goes fast enough. But there's no guarantees. The guy in the outlap could go very, very slow, a la Rich Vogler, and screw everything up. So.
Yeah, go slow just to annoy.
Just to screw the guy. Just to screw the next guy. 45.702.
I need to edit the time there. There we go. That's better.
All right, so the average speed to this point is 195.549, and he's trending towards 27. That was the 27th fastest lap of the third. So we'll see where he qualifies, but he's going to be in the danger zone, as Kenny Loggins would say.
Yeah. He's coming now to the last lap.
Actually, what happens is he'll qualify last. He'll be first to be bumped out. So unless the guys behind him crash, he'll end up in the same position to try again. Oh, sorry, I forgot to register his last lap.
So he qualifies 25th on the grid, which is the last car, I believe, qualified.
No, not even.
No, not even.
Appear to be 2 people slower than him. I'll check his times to be sure. 576.
No, you're 20.
You are correct. You are correct. So he qualifies 25th. Sorry.
Okay. Next up is Little Al. Is in the Benetton lookalike car, because as soon as I saw those stripes, it was like deja vu, like, oh, I've seen that thing before, and it reminded me a lot of the Benetton livery. Little Al actually loves this livery.
Make plenty of word games with the driver's name as well.
There he is. It's a beautiful car. It does look like a Benetton, you're right.
Yeah.
United Oil, March 87 C Cosworth. And I'm sure that Little Al's, well, he has his studies that he has to do, but he's probably had enough time in this car to put it in the show.
Oh, sure, there's someone around the house who can help with the setup.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, no kidding.
Up to the wall there.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if he doesn't get surprised by the differences in track grip from what he has been experiencing. Oof. I was not sure if he was going to glance the wall there. Okay, let's see where this one ends up. .43.3.
That's the 6th quickest opening lap.
Wow.
Oof.
207 point.
All of it.
207.766. That's the 6th fastest opening lap, you're right.
Looks like he's prepared for or have noticed the problems others has had on their opening laps.
Yeah, and he's adjusted his approach to compensate. This car, in reality, retired from the race with an engine problem on lap 68. And it was in the hands of Steve Chassis.
I believe the car owner was a woman?
Yes, she was. Yes.
When you emphasize it often enough in the broadcast.
Well, it's a good story. It makes good copy.
It does.
Very good second lap. 43 dead. See if he's able to keep it or even improve it.
209.254 was the speed on that lap. Average to this point, 208.510. Let's see what he has on this lap. Comes across the line, 42.978. 209.409. His average is 208.562 miles per hour. And he's on his final lap. Little Al.
Heading for what looks like a top 5 qualifying position.
That's fantastic. That is fantastic work. I mean, it is top-of-the-line equipment, but it says a lot about his preparedness.
Oh, no!
Oh! He's all right, he's all right.
Yeah, let's hope he keeps going, because if he waves off, he's got a problem. Keep going.
No, he won't.
Going.
He's fine, he's fine, he's fine. Brings the Benetton lookalike across the line. 43.609.
That last lap cost him dearly.
It did cost him. He's 10th on the grid. 207.379. I'm sorry, 206.379 was the speed on that lap. His average for the 4 laps, 207.804.
Well,
and he slots in 10th.
He saved me, because otherwise he'd have moved me back a place.
Okay, here's another heavyweight now on the track, Mr. Kyle Bessa.
Yeah, a newcomer
to... I'm going to say questionable livery.
Well, I'm partial.
Depends on your taste.
I'm partial to this car because it was
by the Scott Brighton one, right?
Driven by Coldwater, Michigan's the late Scott Brayton. I've been to Coldwater.
I think I have a model of that car somewhere. Or at least delivery.
It's the
What?
Amway
You have a model of
sponsored
a
car.
not yellow car? I can't believe that.
Yeah, do they exist?
Yeah, Amway is a company. Oh, I've poked.
Right. So let's concentrate on this. What I can see is very good apex speeds here. It's the clock doesn't say it's too fast, but what I'm seeing here in the last part of the lap is really quick. Let's see how it stands up.
43.234 for Kyle Vesa. 208.169 is the opening speed. Very good.
He's improving it now. Higher line there, but it seems to have worked for him. Very quick here. Okay, 43 dead. That's nice. Car seems to have settled in the setup.
For those of you who are wondering, there are 28 cars qualified, so we still have spaces open.
Very good top speed at backstretch, 232. And ooh, I was not sure if that was going to be a glance on the wall.
Close.
He has
Very
saved
close.
it, and this is great exit speed out of turn 4.
This is going to be a fast one.
It is.
42, 979, 209.405. Average to this point is 208.750. He's on his final lap. We have 2 more first run cars to go, and then we'll get into the second attempt.
And we might get, well, it's a bit early for bumpage.
Might be some.
Fighting it. Is this the last lap, right?
Yes.
Last lap. Coming to the line. Oh, yeah.
2.9.
Fifth on the grid.
Very good one. Very good one. And now, speaking of heavyweights, here comes the second pizza car in the hands of no other than Thiago Canola.
A very hot pizza.
Very, very hot. Right out from the oven.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Because if there's one thing that we should be seeing right now in this one, he might be quicker or slower. I don't know. He will be very quick, that's for sure. But we should be seeing textbook driving using all the perfect parts of the track and all that. Because if there is one thing that this guy is absolutely regular, hammering lap after lap. Okay. Coming out at a good speed. 230 at the end of the straight. Long apex for Thiago here. Keeps the car. Look at that. Not a space left there to the wall. Comes to the apex. Again, nearly no space to the wall.
He's got to deliver that pizza, folks.
Within
Yes.
15 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Very long apex again. Very close to the wall. Look at that. I mean, it doesn't seem to be especially quick, but it's like there is nothing else in that car. Let's see. Okay, 43.6.
That's
Best
not
opener.
especially quick.
206.351 miles per hour.
He's improving now. very quickly. Okay, I can see that the car is now taking a set. The way he exited this corner is much better than the previous one. Whole tires before, probably. There you go. And wow, this is going to be much quicker. Yes. How quick? I don't think it will slot in the 42s, but it should be very low 43. Let's see. Yeah, very low. That's his second lap now, and he's going for his third.
209.698 miles per hour. I'm sorry, 209.045 miles per hour. His average is 207.698.
Huh?
So big jump on that lap, 3 miles per hour.
Keeps it on the apex, but look at that. I mean, very, very consistent, and the car is taking its set. This is even quicker. This is going to be in the 42s. But that first lap is going to hurt. That's for sure.
42.8.
Yeah. Very quick. And knowing Thiago, they should be even quicker now.
Yep, 209.913. The average to this point, 207.987. So that first lap cost him quite a lot.
Yeah. About to do this one for the last time. Exit in the final corner of the stint very quickly there.
Yep.
And it's going to be an amazing
another 42.7. 210.571 for that lap. His average 208.152. That is a blistering lap.
Yeah,
and
it was badly hurt by the first one. Yes. Sorry, Juha. What was the final position?
He kicked me out of the top 10. He's 10th.
Yeah, he is now 10th.
By going 1/10 of a mile quicker.
Okay. On track now, Peter Lavak. Another veteran of our league. Went through very hard times with the Guillain-Barré syndrome, from which he recovered.
Oh, yes.
And he went from being a very quick driver to recovering and being a very quick driver. So, yeah, basically. So that's I'm really happy.
So he had a successful convalescence, is what you're saying.
Yeah, really looking forward to see what he can do. It's been a while since we saw him last, but knowing Peter, he will have lost none of his very potent touch and
I
make the show
think
here.
that the reason we have not been seeing him much in the other series that we are running is that because of the way that I think he has still, or he mentioned that, a bit of a numb leg. So for him, shifting and all that is not easy because he cannot operate the clutch that well. That's why the way that we are having our clutch, our realistic clutch in the mods, is not really helping him. But here, because it's always in the top gear, he can
oval racing. There you go.
His skills. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, first lap for him.
Here it comes.
Okay, 43.7.
Apologies.
$205.766 miles per hour. Very good opening lap.
Yep.
We have been on the air for 4 hours now. Jeez. The biggest show of the year.
Okay, this is an improving lap, I think. Nice, 43.5.
Oh, sorry. That's better.
It's 543, 206.692. His average is 206.229 so far.
to complete his third lap. Seems to be improving.
Crosses the line.
Very good one. Very good
43.442.
Car has taken the set. Can also feel that. Driver has felt his way through the track.
207.173. Average is 206.389. He's even faster. He's a 1.25 faster according to the trap speed.
And this last lap is 43.3. That puts him very well into the show. Somewhere mid-field,
Yeah.
I guess, Juha?
Yeah, 14th. 207.718 miles per hour. His 4-lap qualifying average is 206.526, and he is 14th on the grid. All right, now we get into the second attempts.
Correct. That's David Junt trying to qualify again Miller's car. Again, another stock block. March 86 week.
And Yunt's already on the track and at speed.
Let's see how this goes.
Yep. I gotta believe he's gonna get this thing in this show. He just thinks he was just caught out by the track conditions a bit, I think.
That's very probable. I mean, his quality as a driver can be questioned. And he also has one of the qualities that is really needed with these cars and over racing in general. He's very smooth.
Yes. Fast equals smooth. No question about that.
High line here in the first corner. It's the usual thing we have been seeing. Brings it down to the apex. And the key here is not to get too eager with the throttle, because the car needs to end the rotation around the apex. Because if you put the throttle too early, you're heading for the wall head on. That's it. Bit of a it was saying high apex. Yeah, that was close to the wall. Okay, 43.5. That's very good.
Yep.
This car to be in the show. Easy now. Bit of a late entry. You see how you pay for it here with a very high apex.
Yep, exactly.
And not that much of an exit line. And worse, you're overheating the front tire. Let's see how it goes now. Long one. Nice. Okay, again a high apex here. I think he's giving away time here and getting into danger against the wall. But if it's working for him...
43.443. He's doing a lot with that car.
Yep. Now keep it calm. Drive it home.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's taking this one easy. Look at how he was lower in the apex there. Didn't force it so much. 2 more turns to go, and the car will be in the show for Miller. Good apex.
More.
And even improving. High apex again. Oh, yeah. Yeah, great effort.
Yeah,
there you
good.
go.
Now he's got one more lap. Or does he?
He does.
No,
yes.
He does. He has one more lap. Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I think it was the last one. Okay.
Heading down the back straightaway now. Gonna bring it home in a minute here.
This one is a bit slower. Now be careful here at the exit, because here, look at that.
A little bit of a clock, yeah.
I was feeling that overheated front tire, and I was sensing that it could end in the wall. There you go.
43,508.
Is actually quite good because it was very regular overall. And with that, we
14th.
have finished again this stint of drivers.
So I will now call the next drivers on the forum, and also a few people who are at risk of being bumped.
32 cars. There are 32 cars qualified, so there's one open spot still.
Yeah, which could be yours, and then there's 1, 2, 3, 6 drivers. So
I'm tempted to put more wing into my car. Just to be safe. What do you think, Alberto? You've been out there.
I don't remember exactly. Let me check. What was your top speed?
225.6 at the end of the straight.
Yeah, not so much. How much do you have now?
No, I just got to take it real easy.
How much wing do you have now? I mean.
How much wing do I have now?
Yeah.
About 6 in the front, 10 in the rear.
I think that's already quite some wing. I was using less.
I should definitely take it slow.
Me?
Well, not slow, but okay.
Looked a bit wavy. Maybe you got too much steering angle for the sensitivity of the car.
I might.
Maybe reduce 1 degree.
Yeah, I think I'll reduce 1 degree.
Not much more, mind you, but.
All right. So, how much time are we going to give?
We give them 6 more minutes from this point
6 minutes. Okay.
So the nice thing is that there's only 3 drivers missing. Jacob Fredrickson, Jason Whited, and Mick Chapman. I've also asked certain drivers who are at the bottom of the grid to show up in case they feel at risk.
It shows on the table David John yet to qualify. I think he should be moved up to.
Yes, I'm working on that currently.
Okay.
Yeah, he's updating that.
No, because that would be the 33rd one. So that's the full field, and for here on, bumping starts, right?
I guess so.
It does.
Yeah, bumpage begins now.
And there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Although, wait a moment. No, actually, Jason Whitehead has not done the run yet. I think he should have been doing it before David Junt, actually, because that was second attempt. I think Jason Whitehead needs to do his first run. Yes.
He's not here.
Not here yet. If he shows up, we'll let him do the run first. But where's Jacob? My Excel sheet seems to have a hiccup. No, there's only 32 drivers who qualify currently, not 33. The field isn't filled yet.
It will be, hopefully, soon.
Oh, well, hopefully for you.
Yeah. Oh, man.
You can do it.
So Jason Whitehead is online now. Let me put it also in the forum for him, in case he is not following the broadcast, that he should be joining.
All right.
Well, the good news for you, Jason, is as you're first, you still have a likely chance to try again. Other people may not have that chance. I hope you won't need it.
I just want to get the damn thing in the show, quite frankly. I don't care if I start 25th or whatever. I need to spend some time working with it this week for the race.
I'll send you a setup.
Oh yeah? Okay, that would be lovely because it's going to be a busy week at school.
Yeah, and because this time the cars need to be oversteered no matter what, you will like it, I guess.
Oh God, be careful what you wish for.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's see. People are joining. We're still missing Jason Whitehead, who should be going first.
Rush is here. I don't know why.
Because he was possibly with the risk of being bumped. That's why I asked a few people to join as well, those at the back of the grid. It saves us from having to ask it on the forum again.
Mm-hmm.
And is that Mick Chapman?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh no. Well, we could let you start your run. It doesn't bother
Forster's
you.
here.
You might get a pop-up from Jason Whitehead joining the server. Well, you can switch the message board off. That would solve the issue.
The problem is mostly sometimes there is a bit of a mini freeze.
Yes.
I've suffered it myself.
Yeah, and I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to risk it.
No problem.
I will wait. So
on my account, we have time for 10 more attempts. Yes, Jason Whitehead. So we move to the next session.
So
okay.
I can go now? All right.
You can go.
All right.
I'll call you to track so that everybody else sees it, okay?
All right. Oops, wait.
But wait until the timer, eh? Remember that.
Mm-hmm.
Car number 15. Just mute your sound and relax. I will call you to track when the timer is open.
Okay, I'm going to mute the...
You will be fine.
All right.
See how easy he takes it now on turn 1. Probably has dialed out the car a bit.
All right. God, I'm glad that's over.
Yeah,
Well
you
done.
put the car in the show. You're safe. You're out of the bumpage zone.
I am relieved. I am absolutely relieved. That was really pins and needles.
Nerve shaking. Anyway, Mr. Jacob Fredriksson is on track now for his second attempt. That was a much better entry to turn 1 than the previous. And he's starting to show, I think, a bit of quality here. Good apex speed. Coming out of turn 4 now. And let's see what the chronometer tells us about his first lap. I should be thinking a 43 something. No, 44.5. Goes
Yep.
in again.
202, 102. His average is that.
There you go. Now,
30th
now it
fastest.
becomes quicker. So, yeah, I can confirm. I mean, all the drivers have been caught out in the first lap by the track situation, even if probably the track temperature has been improving slightly. And Jacob was very cautious on the first lap. It's showing now that he has much more pace. 0.3 of a second quicker. He has much more pace, but yeah, he obviously needs to be very cautious. This is the second attempt, and you don't want to risk being there in the show.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Okay, 44.2. I think he's using too long gear ratios again. I don't see his car really going over 11,000 in the main straight.
His average so far is 202.760.
Uh-huh. Let's see what the third lap brings. Okay, at least very steady.
Yeah, 203.440. His average is 202.767. Coming down the back straightaway, looking good. Hardee's, another fast food sponsor. It's the fast food 500.
So it seems. Going to call already the next one as soon as he exits the track.
Yeah, because the sooner you call them, the more bumpage we can have.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I just don't want to disturb with the chat the driver in the last corner.
Mm-hmm. Oh, whoa! There's your blowtorch right there.
And he puts it 23rd on the grid.
Well, he's given his engine boys some work to do. Yeah, 23rd in the grid at a speed of 203.083 miles per hour. So, who has been bumped?
Simon Watman.
Simon Watman is bumped from the grid.
So I'll put Simon Watman at the back of the line.
Mm-hmm.
As he was the first round.
And here we have, for a change, already in some time, a new car. This is a Lola T86. I mean, an outdated car. Was put here in the show, and Jason Whited accepted the challenge and is here driving it. Mind you, we have here the material to do some previous season also.
What number car is Jason Whited?
Number 51.
51. There it
Hey,
is.
good exit speed. Let's see how this fares. Because this Lola, see, and it's going to be for sure slow.
Oh, I've seen this car before, yes. It says Pepsi sponsorship.
Yeah. No, I mean, the livery is quite nice, but unfortunately the turn speeds are not really great. 180 something, which is about 10 mph at the apex, slower than the other cars.
Mm-hmm.
So this is one that's going to suffer some. Let's see what we get here in the first lap. for his efforts. Yeah, 45.1.
192.
Yeah, nearly 0.2.
$199.150. So is that fast enough to bump the next car? I believe it is.
It could
Yes,
be,
it is.
and it is improving slightly, but improving.
Yeah, the speed he has to beat is 194, so he's way inside of that.
That got even better. So
yep.
This is
yeah, so
good for him.
he's definitely got the speed to get into the field, no question. And if he is successful in completing this run at speed, that means that Jules Bouchard will be bumped from the field. Oh, and by the way, Alberto, your advice was spot on.
Okay, glad to hear that.
That made the difference. 44.704. So he's definitely going to be able to put this thing in the show if he can just complete this one more lap.
Yep.
Jules Bouchard on the bubble.
So this is the last lap?
This is last lap, yes.
Yes.
And Bouchard isn't on the server, so if he gets bumped off, he won't be there to reclaim it.
Well, he's got to get on here.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And 44.675.
31st on the grid.
That's good enough for 31st on the grid, so Jules Bouchard is bumped and Jason Whitehead is on the grid. Next
up should be Bruno Chacon, second
Yes.
attempt. And, well, by the looks of the speed that he was getting, if he doesn't get too nervous in that, he has more than enough speed to make it into the show.
I would think so. Here he comes.
Take it easy, Bruno. Bring it home.
He can do it. Mr. Reliable.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. finishes third in the 1937 race we did way back when, remember? Mr. finishes the first F1 1986 race we did, and it was a test race. He's
always there. Always.
There's more to Bruno than meets the eye.
Mm-hmm.
I've had points on the track where I always end up around him, and he's always racing me on an oval, and I keep trying to convince him, no, two of us working together will go faster, but he just continually tries to overtake me. That's just the way he is. Little bit of a wiggle coming off of 4 there, but Bruno is now on his qualifying run. I think everybody did learn quite a lot, the ones that are going second here, about how to handle the car better.
Yeah. Probably everybody has gone lower in the rear anti-roll bar or whatever.
Yeah, that too. No, the only change I made was
my stint. It didn't look like that probably in the broadcast, but I tell you that there was once or twice during the corner that I was with opposite lock.
Wow.
Oh, really?
Wow. Well, it didn't show up on the broadcast, at least not that I could see.
It's minute corrections, but anyway. Okay, let's see. 44.9. That's being very cautious considering the
yeah,
pace
very.
Before.
200.089. It's still good enough to get into the show, mind you.
Should be.
It should be, yes, but his first attempt was a lot better.
Yeah, well, he's you're gun shy on the second attempt.
Well, if you have pressure in your first attempt, imagine your second.
I mean, my knee was jumping up and down, trying to hold it down.
Yeah, but this is like a second and a half slower. It's quite a
Not
big
anymore
difference.
by the looks of the parts.
Yeah, he's gained half a second already, so
Mm-hmm.
we'll see where he ends up as he comes out of the turn.
Okay, still in 44s.
44.1. That's a huge jump, though. 203.911. His average is 202 dead.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, now he's getting into the rim with his first run. We did a 44.0 on the second lap.
Still good enough to make the show. Still good enough to make the show.
Barely, but
barely, but yeah.
Still 2 laps to go, so it can improve a lot more.
Yeah. Alan Forrester is on the bubble in the blowtorch. Oh no, I don't want the blowtorch to get bumped.
What do you want it to blow in the race?
I want to see the blowtorch on the grid. Oh, that's
there you go. He's in 43s now.
43.913. 204.
Will be safely in it.
Yeah, 204.951. Average to this point is 202.346. Come on, Bruno, bring it home.
And I suggest Alberto can already call the next driver onto the grid, which is Angel May.
This will be Angel May's second attempt.
About to do it. I think from here on I will call while the previous one is on the backstretch already, so as not to disturb.
Yeah, good idea. And we're saving as much time as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Bruno was in 29th.
Yep. He is 29th. And Alan Forrester has been bumped from the grid.
I will now automatically add Alan Forrester to the bottom of the list.
And that's the last real time spot. But of course, by then it's like you may as well not even put a time.
Yeah, because people might
I'm
crash.
thinking that I can safely call them in the backstretch because it's private qualifying, so the cars are never going to actually meet on the track. Yeah, well, that's what I will be doing then.
And here comes Angel May. This is her second attempt.
That was a quite decent exit from turn 4.
And she's on the clock now. She's starting her qualifying run. This is the second attempt for this car.
Oh, they're very close to the apron. Easy there. Give it a clean exit. Okay, that was quite reasonable. 190 something at the exit. Top speed is okay. It's going too much to the inside when going to the corner, not using all the track.
Look out, Angel.
Yeah.
All right. Heading through turn 4. Heading down the main straightaway now. And across the line, 46.238, 194.645. That's not fast enough, unfortunately.
Not yet, but she's improving.
Yep, she is improving. The speed she has to beat is 196.453. Pablo Perucci's speed. 196.453 is the speed to beat. I love this bumping drama.
Wow, that's a full second quicker in the sector. Let's see if she can keep it up.
She comes out of the corner here.
Second lap for her will be 44.9. That's much better.
Whoa, that's a huge jump. 200.151 miles per hour. 197.398. It's fast enough. It's fast enough.
Yeah, but this one is not improving, but let's see.
I'm worried because actually that's still slower than Pablo did.
I'm saying the overall average to this point.
Yeah, but this is not helping.
Well, we'll see what happens when she comes around here.
That's the third lap for her. And it's 45.3. She's on the backstretch now.
So the speed to beat once again of Pablo Perucci's is 196.453.
Yes.
196.453. So let's see what happens when she comes.
Can you inform Angel she can try again if she doesn't make the cuts?
Here in the chat. I would prefer. I would whisper to her. Yeah.
Actually, she made it.
She made it. She made it. 197.325 for the average for 4 laps. She is in the show. Angel May is in the show. Pablo Perucci has been bumped.
Yeah, but now Angel is on the bubble.
Angel is now on the bubble as the slowest car.
And Nick Chapman is out on track.
All right. This is Mick's second attempt. He crashed in the first one, correct?
He did.
Oh, no. Oh, shoot. Well, he's already had contact with the wall. Oh, no. He's lost the front wing. Oh, shoot. Well.
More time from bumpage now.
Yeah, more bumping time.
Christian.
Angel is safe.
So who's Mickey can try again when we call him next. Driver to try. Sorry for the Christian Doge.
Yep.
Doge. I've been calling him Dowger all this time.
So I guess the British pronunciation for that.
I used to annoy my brother all the time. There was a tennis player that he liked called Guy Forget, and I'd call him Guy Forget. Just to annoy him. Christian Dauger exits.
I don't want to know how you call your brother's wife.
I.
Just the spelling in Japanese?
AI.
AI. Oh.
I is her name. Ai-chan.
Oh, that's easy to remember.
Yeah, it's easy to remember.
Right. Let's see.
All right, Christian Dauger's second attempt. What happened in the first attempt? Did he crash, I think? Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he was actually downshifting, so not sure what was going on there with the setup. Yeah, I think this time he has a proper one because the fifth gear seems to be more...
Yeah, he had a weird... something was wrong with his setup, I remember now.
Okay, he's now constantly in fifth gear, which is okay.
All right, so Angel May is on the bubble, and the speed to beat is 197.325 miles per hour. 197.325. Down the back straightaway, Christian Dauger. On paper, this is a good car. March 87 C. Cosworth.
And the good news is we're running 5 minutes ahead of schedule. So...
That's great. More bumpage.
Yeah, actually...
51.301.
Simon Watman and Jules Bouchard are not in the server. So the one who gets to try next is Alan Forster.
Yes. No Watman, no Bouchard. I'll remove them. Well, actually, not remove them, but just list them as not present.
Mm-hmm. This is improving over the previous lap for Christian.
Oh yeah, sorry, I should have listed him.
50, it's indeed quicker.
Oh,
Yeah, but it's by no means fast enough, unfortunately.
Yeah.
his second lap 51.
Yeah, 177.520, not nearly fast enough. It's off by 20 miles per hour, in fact. So Angel is safe for the moment.
Yep. Let's see what Alan Forster does. There to the apron. It keeps improving, but
and he
crash! Shit. Sorry, I just man, that's too bad. All right, so Christian Dagger's attempt comes to a unfortunate end. And the next one, Alan Forrester.
Who is already exiting the garages.
Here he is.
The new garages that were there only some years ago.
Yeah, I think they were new in 1986.
Yeah, correct. I think that's the year when they appeared.
The only problem I have with those garages is they're aesthetically very plain.
Yeah.
They're not very attractive, but the teams love them. Here is the blowtorch once again. Can the blowtorch get on the grid? The speed to beat once again, 197.325. In theory, this is a car that should be able to just squeak onto the grid, but Alan had an incident on his first time out. I think it's funny because in that archival film that we showed, Paul Page, who narrated it so beautifully, mentioned that photographers had photographed 21 separate crashes, more than double, or more than the 2 previous years combined, I think is what he said. So we're seeing a lot of that today. These cars are crash happy.
Yeah.
Makes you wonder what race day is going to be like, how many cars will finish. I'd wager we're going to have a high attrition race.
Yeah, well, engine reliability is going to be a big problem here. So, I mean, we should be seeing, I believe, a race very much like the one that was in real life. There will be a dark horse coming from the depths of the field towards the end of the race and maybe clinching it, because whoever wants to win will need to really, really take care of the engine, and that means going slow. So anyone who is going quick at the beginning is going to be really, really in danger.
45.540. What does that bring us? 197.628, and that is fast enough to put the blowtorch back on the grid.
And one suffering that would be Angel May?
Angel May, yeah.
Yes.
Angel May's on the bubble. So if she wants to give it another shot, she's got one more attempt.
Yeah, because Alan is improving actually right now.
Yeah, he's already going faster, so the blowtorch is going to bump its way onto the grid here in a moment.
Oh, don't sell the skin until you've hunted the bear.
I don't believe in this broadcaster's curse silliness. I never have.
No, I mean just that it's 4 laps to go.
Oh, yeah, I know.
It's dangerous.
50.10110, and that's... Oh, the third lap, sorry. 45.507, 197.772. Average, though, is 180. Hang on a second. What am I looking at here? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the wrong table. 45. Yeah. We'll see what the time is here. I was looking at Christian Dogger's numbers. I apologize. Coming down the front straightaway.
That's the third lap.
45.287.
That doesn't put him in the grid though. Oh, sorry, I'm
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, I'm adding the wrong boxes. Sorry.
Control Z.
Yeah, hang on. My apologies for
That's
ruining
fine.
the moment slightly.
No problem. No problem.
Unforced the dot. So 45, 40.
And I've called Pablo Parucci to go to track.
There we go. That's better.
All right, so the 4-lap average is one. Oh, this is the last lap right here.
That was
right?
the last lap.
Okay.
And it puts him in the grid, and
It puts him on the grid. So
Angel out, who can try again at a later stage. Apparently, Christian Doge has left the server.
And that puts him also on the bubble. He's 33rd.
And I've called Pablo Parucci, but he's not moving. So I think I will be calling to track Mick Chapman.
Pablo Parucci's not moving?
No.
Well, he is online, so...
Yeah, but...
he has an issue.
Well, too bad. I mean, we cannot...
No, we can always try again later. Come on, Mick.
So who are you sending to track now?
Mick Chapman.
Okay.
If he's... Oh, he's not moving either.
Nobody wants to make a second attempt?
So it seems.
I don't understand.
Come on.
Yeah.
They're probably out for a break. So Christian Doger is not there. And Angel May, is Angel May there? Yes, she's still there.
Then I suggest you send Angel May on the way.
Then send Angel May. If people aren't replying, then...
Oh. Mick is moving.
Mick is moving, okay.
Okay, that's fine.
But I think Angel May still gets an attempt.
Yes, she does.
Because wait,
she will be coming right after that. Because Christian just left the server, so...
And we're going until...
I realize he's not up to speed here.
How far are we going on the clock?
We have 12 minutes left.
12 minutes left.
I think. Is it 30 or 35? 12 minutes left, so...
It's 35:30.
We can have 2 more attempts after this one.
Okay.
2? Are you sure?
Yep.
Okay.
Because this one will likely last till 23, 24, then 1 more attempt, and the final car will get underway at half past.
It's 23:35. That's what it says.
Yeah.
So, back that up. It's at 23:35 Paris time. If a driver is in the middle of a qualifying run, they will be allowed to complete the run. 23:35. Oh my goodness, no! Oh, Mick has crashed again.
Oh, that's the end of his attempt, and that was the final one.
That was the final attempt.
Very unfortunate for Mick.
Yep. All right.
Then we can call either Pablo or Angel again.
Angel's on the line because Pablo missed his call.
Yeah,
so.
good.
This is Angel's final attempt, I believe. The speed to beat, still 33rd on the grid, is... Who's 33rd on the grid right now?
Jason. Oh, hang on. Yeah,
it's Alan Forster.
Yep,
Alan Forster's 33rd. And the speed to beat is 198.012. Oh, Angel, no! Oh! Question is, has she damaged the car? Oh, well, that's the end of that, unfortunately.
So that would be Pablo next.
Yes.
All right, where's Pablo? This is actually Pablo's second attempt, isn't it?
It is.
I think maybe he's away from the computer for whatever reason and is not realizing. So who would be next in that case? Because Alan has done his 3 attempts.
Well, Alan's done only 2 attempts.
Yeah,
so
Alan's
he
done
gets
only.
bumped off.
Well, no, Alan's on the grid.
Alan is on the true.
Alan
he
is on
he
the
only
grid.
gets to try again if he gets bumped off.
Mm-hmm.
The only person who can still try now is Pablo.
Mm-hmm. Unless somebody shows up.
Right?
Yep. So I gotta get the gunshot sound effect ready. Although we've got a few minutes.
Yeah. How long till the end of this session?
35. I was looking at the rules earlier. At 23:35 Paris time, if a driver is in the middle of a qualifying run, they will be allowed to complete the run. And that was copy pasted straight from the forum. So those are the rules. So somebody go find Pablo Perucci.
Or Simon Watman.
Or Simon Watman. Somebody. Go find those people because they are their chance of getting onto the grid is dwindling quickly. Did we do the last trivia question? I believe we did.
About the tires?
Yes, we did. Don't forget, everybody, that all of this pomp and circumstance is for a reason. Coming up next Sunday, the 71st Indianapolis 500, round 5 of 15 of the kart series, Sunday, May 15th. Check the forum for the start time, but I believe it'll probably be in the 1900 hour range, most likely. So I'll go through the grid now as it stands. The poll is currently held by, and I would assume is going to stay with, Adam Hackman, driving for AJ Foyt Enterprises at a speed of 210.311 miles per hour. In second place is Richard Coxon for True Sports, 209.155 miles per hour. In third, Alberto Ibañez for Penske Racing, 209.060 miles per hour.
Isn't that the position that the car got in real life? I think so.
I believe it is, yes.
Outside of Row 1.
In fourth place is David Jakes with a speed of 208.941. In fifth is Kyle Vessa with a speed of 208.774. Sixth is Vadim Tasiak. Seventh, Brian Janik. Eighth, Richard Wilkes. Ninth, Anders Nilsson. 10th, Tiago Canola. 11th, Juha Boss. 12th, Alberto Aquino. 13th, Ray Radal. 14th, David Yunt. Actually, in that case, that car is going to be going to the back of the grid for Dave Miller. 15th, Peter Hlavik. 16th, Lewis Stevens. 17th, August Watrink. 18th, Mikhail Drexler. 19th, Filippo Marazzi. 20th, David Saber. 21st, Francisco Amaral. 22nd, Grant Radal. 23rd, Jakob Fredriksson. 24th, Jason White. 25th, Jan Team. 26th, Cesarius Slipinski. 27th, Dan Scherer. 28th, Raul Yareb. 29th, Bruno Chacon. 30th, Oscar Team. 31st, Luciano Rocha. 32nd, Jason Whited. And 33rd and last, the blowtorch, Alan Forrester. That is the grid as it stands. And in 10 minutes, it will be official. The alternates, as they stand right now, would be at least by what I'm seeing.
Yeah, Pablo Parucci.
Pablo Parucci, Jules Bouchard, and Simon Watman.
No, wouldn't that be Angel May?
Well, yeah, but isn't Angel May in there somewhere? Like 30. Angel May's 34th.
34th, but I think she had another attempt, which automatically voids the previous one. Unless I'm wrong.
We'll do a revision of that with the rules calmly later when we announce the thread. But yeah, that's how it stands. Well, so far, what I can see at the top of the grid is a dominating Lola.
Yep.
As was the case with Mario. And then, well, that's me in third with the Penske. So, so far at the top, it seems that it's like that. Let's see what the race does. What was the starting position of Alancer?
20th.
Okay, that would be David Sebre, which appropriately has that number in his car. So, if we follow that statistics, he would be winning the race. But let's see.
Yep. There it is right there. Our overhead shots today are care of the Goodyear Blimp Spirit of Akron. All right, so we wait. So predictions for next Sunday, gentlemen.
Prediction. My prediction will be regarding in which lap I will be blowing the poor engine out. I mean, I'm really bad at keeping the temperatures in check, and the Chevy is more sensitive than that. So I don't know. I think at least I will be taking it easy. I will not be taking care. So don't count that much with me. If I have to pick someone to win the race, well, going by the overall pace and the ability to keep the temperatures in check, the fuel and all that, I'd said Richard Coxon or Richard Wilkes would be my favorites. Don't discard, as usual, David Jakes, who I would consider favorite if we start getting yellows and changes in strategy and all that, because he is really a wise fox, being able to read between the lines in those situations.
We have someone ready to make an attempt.
Oh boy! Who is that?
Parucci.
Pablo Parucci. All right. There he goes. I see him. This will be his second attempt.
No.
Drama till the end here, as usual.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's his second attempt. I've accidentally put crash next to it, but no, we haven't seen him yet. So yeah, this is only his second run. So if he doesn't succeed, he can have another one, providing no one else shows up.
Wow. Okay.
So this will be the final driver we'll get to see tonight.
Probably, most likely. So the speed to beat 33rd, Alan Forster's 198.02.
Taking some risk there already.
And he's on the clock now, so we have 6 minutes left. So this will probably be the last run we'll see, unless he crashes or doesn't get in. Then he can still try again. Yeah. Oh. Speed to beat 198.012. Oh, no. 47 or 46.986.
Oops.
Oh man. Shoot.
Yeah, that's definitely not quick enough.
No, it's definitely not quick enough. 191.546.
Well, they can always try again.
Yeah, he's got another attempt. If he can get this, I mean, the smart thing to do would be to wave this attempt off and then and do another one.
Oh, he's got just enough time to finish this, I think.
Yeah. But at some point, you got to do the math in your head and go, no, it's not going to be fast enough. I should just do the next attempt. That's faster, but not fast enough. The average is still only 192.288. If I were him, I would park the car, do the wave off, make it official, and do another shot.
Oh, it's going to be close.
31 minutes after the hour. We got 4 minutes to go. Next year we should have a countdown clock.
Look at that. I mean, 1.5 seconds quicker this time. So maybe it isn't that necessary to actually park the car. Let's see. It's going to be much quicker.
Oh, 44.981. 200.0.
No,
84, but still overall not fast enough. 194.640 is the average.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Now he's got his final attempt. Okay. Tell him he's got one more shot, and I'll be ready with the gunshot sound effect. Yeah, there's 2 minutes to go.
He's going.
Okay. Final run of the day and final attempt by Pablo Perucci. Juha, you've done a magnificent job all day long. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
It was a pleasure to broadcast, and you made it super easy. Thank you. It's Pablo Perucci.
We're already quite a team of veterans in all this, ain't we?
Yes, we are. All right. Let's see.
But it gets, I mean, the fun is increasing every year, I must say. I'm really enjoying this.
Yeah, well, the stakes are higher, and he's driving faster. We may see another bump happen before we're done here. Takes the green flag. This is the final run of the day. It is 34 minutes after and 17 seconds. So I will count down from 35 when 35 occurs. But you're watching the final run for 2022 for our Indianapolis 500 time trials. It's been a great day, great commentary from Alberto and from Juha and from all of our friends here. Another fantastic effort. It's Herculean to put this on, and the thanks also to the drivers, the work they put in. 45 seconds. Actually now 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that is the end of time trials officially. So this run is the last run.
Well, if he puts in a good lap, he might be able to bump Forster out of the grid.
There'll be some drama already with the session over.
He's got to keep rolling. He's got to keep this going as quickly as he possibly can. He may just do it. Pablo Perucci coming out of turn number 4. He looks hot. He looks fast.
Yeah, that was a reasonably good exit. This is going to be a 44 something or 45?
No, 45.4. It's 198.085. 197.874. So still not fast enough. So he's got to pick it up.
Not
Yeah.
improving so far.
Yeah,
We
but
will
both
see.
laps were quicker than Alan Forster on the run, which puts him in the grid. So
Well, these last 2 laps are going to have to be hot if he wants to get in the grid.
Oh, a bit of a late entry here. That's hurting the overall speed.
oh
Going to
yeah,
lose
that's
some
not doing
time.
good.
Coming down the straightaway now. Lap number 3. 45.512.
Everything will depend on this lap.
Yeah, everything's going to depend on this lap. 197.750. His average is 197.762. This average to beat is 198.012. So he's going to have to just dig deep and just have an amazing lap here if he's going to get in the show.
Oops, again a bit of a late entry.
That's not going to do it.
No, I'm afraid not. But a valiant effort nonetheless. Pablo Perucci completes the run 45.442. And that is 198.055 lap. But his average, 34th. It'll make him the first alternate. 197.839. Not good enough to get onto the grid. So that is it. That is the story from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Qualifications have completed. We have our 33 starters. We have our alternates. It has been a pleasure, gentlemen, as always. Thank you very much for your efforts and your time and your dedication. I hope everybody at home enjoyed it as much as we did.
It was a pleasure as usual. And I'm glad you were able to finally make it and be here in the broadcast booth with us.
Yes.
I think Indy's not the same without you in the broadcast booth.
Well, I appreciate that. I rely very much on your expertise and your color to fill in. And Juha, I know I've said it a bunch of times, but I got to say it again. Thanks so much. Thanks so much for your hard work. It's fantastic. So, I believe we're all very tired and we're going to call it a night, right?
Yeah, that's
Yes.
true.
Well, yes.
Going to hit the bed.
All right, well.
And then start thinking because, you know, as this session closes, you got to start thinking in the race.
That's right, and it's going to be a totally different situation. So, for Alberto and for Juha and for Jonatan, who also chimed in for a bit, and everybody else involved, this is Jason White saying so long from the Brickyard. We'll see you in 1 week's time. We've got a lot of work to do between now and then, but it's been a great day today. Lots of fun, high drama. See you next time. Everybody take care and be safe.